5-1 win. Bumgarner and the Giants against the Marlins. Game 2 of the series next. There was rain this morning in the Bay Area, but it is beautiful now as East meets West. The San Francisco Giants up against the Florida Marlins. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller with Mike Krukow. The Giants got upended last night. They got beat up a little bit last night, at least compared to all the other games they've been playing at home lately. Another Eastern team coming in here and dismantling the Giants, and Madison Bumgarner will try and get the Giants even tonight.
Yeah, you're not used to seeing the Giants get outpitched, outplayed, and out-hit like they were last night. I mean, think about it. They had this cloak of invincibility where they had won 9 games in a row here at AT&T. Well, that all ended last night. They'll try and get back on track. Now, they do have the right guy on the hill. Madison Bumgarner, well, I know he's 1-6, but in the month of May, he's 1-2 with a 1.68 ERA, and at 27 innings he's given up. He has walked 7, he has struck out 21. So he is on top of his game, and he's just the guy that needed to throw at the fish.
So it wouldn't hurt if they scored a few runs in his behalf. Giants have had a real hard time against all comers scoring runs lately. Darren Ford, he's been out of action after this play at the plate Sunday against Oakland. And when we come back, NBC Bay Area News anchor Raj Mathai with an update about Darren Ford. TV, internet, and voice services that work together so you can enjoy everything you love anytime, anywhere, and any way you want.
Home is where your heart is, and it's also where the wins are for the Giants. 13-6 here at China Basin, one of the best home records in all of baseball. And yes, another sellout crowd expected and making its way inside the ballpark here at AT&T Park. Now, moments ago, Florida Marlins batting practice, another display of power put on by their rising star Mike Stanton into Andres Galarraga territory, a batting practice home run towards the Coke bottle. Stanton hit a home run during last night's game. Madison Bumgarner hopefully keeps them inside the fences for tonight. Good evening and thanks for joining us. I'm Raj Mathai. So here we go. Giants and Marlins. The Giants right now in first place in the National League West. How are they doing it? Well, not necessarily with the offense. 30 teams in Major League Baseball. The Giants rank 29th in terms of runs scored and 24th in overall team batting average. So they're doing it with pitching, clutch hitting, and speed. And that leads us to tonight's big topic, the Giants with a major setback. And we're talking about Darren Ford, their speedster. Darren doesn't get a lot of at-bats, doesn't get any starts, but does get a lot of attention in the late innings, disrupting and changing the flow of a ball game, really. Ford's speed on the bases has been a huge boost to the team this season. Just a few days ago, scoring that game-winning run in the bottom of the 11th against the A's, but it was on that play in which he scored, in which he sprained his ankle. And just a little while ago, Giants manager Bruce Bochy confirming that Darren Ford, with that sprained ankle, will be out for the next several days. So Darren Ford, a vital part to the Giants' success in helping to manufacture runs, especially late in the game, will be out of the lineup and won't be coming in anytime soon throughout this week. So the Giants will have to do without him. Now, when we return, we're going to check in with one of the most notable 16-year-olds in the country. He's flying in from Illinois to be here tonight. You'll get a kick out of it. We're back in a moment.
By Xfinity. Xfinity is TV, internet, and voice services that work together so you can enjoy everything you love anytime, anywhere, and any way you want.
Wednesday night baseball right here on NBC Bay Area and the Giants television network. The Phillies, Yankees, and Giants in that order in terms of Major League Baseball attendance leaders, and another sellout crowd expected and making its way inside here to AT&T Park. Thanks for joining us. I'm Raj Mathai. The Giants discovered firsthand last night how talented this Florida Marlins club is. They'll try again for better results tonight. Now, it's not just baseball. It's also a special night for a very special 16-year-old teenager who's flying in from Chicago and is expected to be here at tonight's game. The Giants are helping raise money for his foundation. Keenan Cahill, he's a YouTube sensation. Take a look. Brings a smile to your face, says it's fun to watch. Nearly 2 million hits on YouTube. He's lip-syncing the Dynamite song. Brian Wilson, Cody Ross, and even Lucille in the background there. Part of this video, they shot this during spring training in Arizona. Cahill has a rare genetic disorder. It's called Merito-Lamy syndrome, which causes dwarf-like appearances. The Giants helping the Keenan Cahill Fund. We sat down with Cody Ross just a short while ago.
caught our attention. Obviously, you know, with the way he's become just so huge on YouTube, and the videos we saw were amazing. And, you know, just to give back, you know, to him and to his charity. And it was just a great deal. I mean, we were excited to do it. We didn't know what we were doing, but I think we did an all right job.
You did it in one take?
One take it took us. You know, like I said, Brian and I really didn't know the words to the song. Obviously, we knew the chorus because they played it here quite a bit during the playoffs. And but it was fun. We, you know, you could tell we kind of messed up a couple times with the lyrics, but you know, it's part of it.
They look great doing it. Let's play some baseball now. Giants and the Marlins, game 2 of this series coming up. We have the first pitch and the starting lineup. Stay with us. Giants baseball right here on NBC Bay Area and the Giants Television Network.
Trying to get the Giants even in this series. Just about to take the field with his Giants teammates, the Giants and the Marlins, game 2 of the series. And Bumgarner will lead the ball club himself onto the field.
Let's take a look at the key ingredients for this game, brought to you by Round Table. Where there's flame, there's flavor with Round Table's new fired roasted pizzas. Let Round Table fire one up for you today and crank up the offense. Let's get it going. They have been stagnant too long. And Madison Bumgarner, number 2, establish your command early. That is something he's been able to do here this month of May, and let's see him do it again tonight. And 3, get Brian Wilson in the game. That means good things. So these are your Round Table key ingredients.
Let's take a look at the batting order for the visiting Florida Marlins, who are second in the East, a game back of the Phillies. Chris Coghlan leads off center field. Hanley Ramirez slumping at shortstop. Logan Morrison left field. Gabby Sanchez, he was the big man last night, drove in the first 3 runs with a bases loaded double, first base. Mike Stanton, the 21-year-old right fielder, and he's a prodigy and is hitting extremely well right now. 6 home runs in his last 10 games, including 1 last night. John Buck, the catcher. Wes Helms at third base, batting 7th. Omar Infante, the former Brave, at second base. And Chris Volstad, a right-hander, is the pitcher, batting 9th.
On the hill tonight for the Giants will be Madison Bumgarner, the 6'5", 235-pound, 21-year-old lefty out of North Carolina. Here's his record: 1-6 with a 3.71 ERA, and that ERA does not, or it does reflect how well he pitches. The win-loss record has not, and he has been very good. His last outing, he got his first win of the year, and when he's right, you'll see a fastball that goes 91-95. And for Bumgarner, he will use the cut fastball a lot. Big curveball, both strikeout pitches, and a changeup. They like to establish that inside corner to righties, that outside corner to lefties. Low three-quarter release. Lifetime against these Marlins 0-1 in one start. Went 6 innings, gave up 3 runs, pitched well, but was beat that day.
So here we go. Coghlan leads off and takes a fastball in there for a strike, says the veteran umpire, Joe West. 59 degrees, the official game time temperature. The first pitch thrown right on time at 7:15. That is a base hit. So Coghlan is aboard to get the Marlins started in the first.
Let's take a look at the defense playing behind Madison Bumgarner. Starting in your outfield in left. It'll be Ross Torres and Sherholtz across the field. Fondo and Tejada will be on the left side of the infield. Sanchez and Huff on the right side. And Buster Posey will be in the squat, putting down the signs, doing the catching.
Here is Hanley Ramirez. And Hanley Ramirez has been the man for the Marlins for a few years, but so far not this year. He's been the missing ingredient so far. That's a soaring pop-up into the twilight. Andres Torres, shallow center. And back to first will go Coghlan. So Hanley Ramirez, who came into this game hitting at .215. This is a guy who hit .300 last year with 21 home runs, and they were all disappointed in it. That's how strong he has been. 2 years ago, he hit .342. Hanley Ramirez, one of the great young stars in the game, but he just cannot get it going so far this year. The Giants have about, what, a whole team of guys who actually can say, yeah, man, I know what it feels like. Bummer, dude.
I think it's kind of been epidemic around baseball that the numbers are down this year.
Here's Logan Morrison. 1 ball and no strikes.
You know, but good hitters are going to get their numbers, especially guys who've been around the league, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years. I mean, you know what you're getting with them, and and they've done it before, which is why they can appear to be calm when they're cold now. It's the hardest thing for any professional athlete to do.
That fastball at the knees for a called strike at 94 miles an hour. Morrison is hitting .298 with 6 home runs and 16 batted in. He's only had 94 at bats. They've got a lot of young talent. Morrison is part of that. The man on deck, Gabi Sanchez, who was a rookie last year. And back to the bag is Coghlan. Coghlan, 4 steals and has been caught 4 times attempting to steal. Stealing bases is not a big part of the Marlins game other than Hanley Ramirez, and Hanley has not been able to get on base that often so far. 1-1 the count. 1 out, runner at first. Inside, 2-1.
Now the veteran umpire behind the plate, Joe West, I mean, he can be inconsistent at times. What you get early in the game is no guarantee you're going to get late, but he will control the game. He's one of the best at doing that very thing. Games do not get out of hand when he's behind there.
Very quiet in the ballpark. People still on their way in as the ball is blooped along the left field line, foul, and right off the tarp. 2-2 the count. Day game here tomorrow at 12:45. The finale of the series and of the homestand. The Giants, who have been the road warriors so far in Major League Baseball, will go right back on the road for 7 more games away from home after this 6-game homestand. Giants are playing their 20th home game of the year tonight. Aubrey Huff can't get it. Neither can Freddie Sanchez. Wow. That one, rather remarkably, just got past both of the Giants infielders. Coghlan goes to second. Morrison has a single, and the stage is set for the red-hot Sanchez.
Now the old saying in baseball, CNI ground ball, just out of the reach of Huff, just out of the reach of Sanchez. When you're a hitter and you're hot, you get hits like this.
And that's a hit, sort of a classic hit with a runner at first by a left-handed hitter, because Aubrey Huff had been on the bag holding against the runner. If he's back where he is right now, he might have been able to get to that ball. Gabi Sanchez takes a called strike. Sanchez hitting .326, 7 homers, 30 runs batted in.
And I think that's what you're going to see Madison Bumgarner try and do. Get in tight on him. Don't let him get extended. crowd him inside.
Broken bat, but a bloop, and that's in there. Coming around third, Coughlin. Heading for third is Morrison, and holding at first, Sanchez, as he just dunked that one in. It sounded like he broke his bat, and he gets an RBI single. Now that is hot.
Another example of when you're hot hit, but you've got to be strong too. I mean, that's exactly where Bumgarner wants to throw this thing. It gets up his bat off the sweet spot, but he's still strong enough to throw it out there between the outfield and the infield. Little guys don't get hits like that.
Well, no matter how to play on Morrison, had that throw been perfect, which is, of course, why the Marlins took that chance. Here is Mike Stanton. Ooh, the high hard one, and it's 0-1. He launched one out of here last night.
Well, he said after the game it hurt his hands. So he didn't get it flush, but he got backspin on it. And as strong as he is, that's all he needs to do.
Well, he swung at the high one. Now he swings at the low one, and he's behind 0-2. 259 overall, 11 home runs, 24 batted in. 6 of those home runs have come in his last 10 games. Middle infield, double play death. 1-2.
Tried the elevator fastball. He's definitely pitched for the strikeout here. Runner at third, 1 out.
John Buck, a right-handed hitter, on deck. Morrison at third. Gabi Sanchez at first. Huff on the bag with the runner at first. Over the head of Tejada, down the left field line. Scoring is Morrison. Sanchez to third. Ross relays the ball in to Fontenot. So Sanchez stops at third. A double and a run batted in for Stanton, and it is 2-0 Florida.
Now that one hurt Bumgarner. He was thinking strikeout ahead in the count 1-2. And very quickly, that's going to bring Dave Urquidy out there trying to throw a little water on him. He's hot. Cuts this thing back in, and it just lays out over the plate. And Stanton, who's up there in a protect mode with 2 strikes, just drops the head on it. Good low ball hitter, as most 6'5" guys are. And Tejada had no chance to get the glove up in time to snag it. So again, a strikeout situation here for Bumgarner, and he's trying to minimize the damage.
Bumgarner is making his 10th start. And the games where he's had trouble are the games where he has not been able to stay out of a big inning. He's had 5 starts this year where the opposition has had 3 runs or more in a single inning. He's trying to keep that from happening right here. The infield in halfway on the left, all the way in on the right for the right-handed batting Buck, who takes ball 1. Let's see how they play it now. As Buck stands in, hitting .215 after an 0 for 4 last night. 5 homers, 19 batted in. 2 runs already in. 4 hits in the inning for the Marlins, including 3 in a row. 1 just that seeing eye grounder, 1 a broken bat bloop, but that last one was really clobbered by Stanton. That is a foul ball. Tejada gloves it. Right behind the Marlins third base coach, Joey Espada. A ball and a strike. So this is a big moment early on in this game. Giants have been struggling for runs, and a big deficit before they ever come to bat is not a recipe for success for the Giants right now. A ball and a strike to Buck. 2-1.
Well, you're right. I mean, it's the one thing you want to try and do when you're out there and you know your offense is struggling and you're pitching. You want to throw some early zeros up on the board. Just let them have a chance to get settled in the game. They throw a crooked number on the board early, and all of a sudden the hitters feel like they're hitting uphill. They're pressing. And for an offense that has really struggled, I mean, that's not a good thing.
Just off the inside. 3-1. First base is empty. Wes Helms on deck. When you were a pitcher in a spot like this, would you say, well, I'm 3-1 with this guy, could start with a fresh count on the next guy and have a double play set up for me?
Oh yeah, you don't care if you walk this guy now. I mean, that's absolute inning management right there. You do not want to just throw a challenge fastball out there at the belt.
And he ends up walking him, so he was, I think, one with you in that philosophy. So the bases are loaded with one out. That will allow the infield, the middle infielders anyway, to set up for the double play ball. And you have a candidate for the double play here in Wes Helms. Right-handed hitter, but not very fast. Three men on. There is Sanchez at third. Stanton is over at second base, and John Buck, who just walked, at first. 2 runs already in for the Marlins. Just missing ball one.
One thing nice about Bumgarner, he throws a lot of balls in the ground. He can get a double play. His fastball has cut. It'll run in tight to a guy. You just hope if the ball goes in the ground, it's hit hard enough to get the double play. It's the only thing you worry about with Bumgarner. He gets so many balls that go off the sweet spot up the bat.
A ball and a strike. Wes Helms has not played that much for the Marlins so far this year, only 41 games. And primarily, he's been their pinch hitting specialist from the right side. Big spot here. Bases loaded. And a high pop up foul and back out of play. So you can see him trying to get that ball elevated. The big uppercut swing. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
So now you take a shot at trying to strike him out. You got 2 chances here to go to a corner and hope that the movement falls out of the strike zone and he chases. If he hits the ball on the ground and get a double play, well, that's even better.
Posey drops the sign. 3 men on, 1 man out. Down the third base side. Steps in the bag 1. Tejada to first. A double play. And the inning is over. Giants could have been a lot further behind. Trailing 2-0. Let's take a look at the Giants batting order. It will be Andres Torres leading off in center field, and Freddie Sanchez at second. Aubrey Huff at first base. Buster Posey is the catcher. Posey with a 12-game hitting streak going and hitting a cool 400 in that streak. Cody Ross, the former Marlin, left field. Nate Scherholtz in right. Mike Fontenot hits 7th at shortstop. Miguel Tejada is at third base, and Madison Bumgarner is the pitcher, batting 9th.
On the hill tonight for the Florida Marlins is Chris Volstad, the big fella, 6'8", 215-pounder out of Palm Beach Gardens, Florida. And you take a look at his numbers. Lifetime against the Giants, 1-1 with a 1.20 ERA, and that also includes a 5-0 shutout, or a 5-hit shutout that he had against the Giants. And when he's right, you're going to see a lot of ground balls. He's got a sinker to go 90-94 with a big curveball and a changeup. Likes to work quick.
Andres on base 3 times last night. Just got a piece of that breaking ball. Foul tipping it. 0-2 the count. He's hitting leadoff. Sanchez and Huff to follow. The first 3 Giants due up. The Giants batting order presented by Jeep. The things we make, make us Jeep. And he tried to tempt him with that high fastball. 1-2 the count. Torres for the year hitting .282. This is only his 11th game back from the disabled list. And that is a straight dropper into the dirt. 2-2. Volstad, he is a huge guy. It's like if you're only 6'3" or something, you're like a midget on this pitching staff.
Oh, you feel like a hydrant stand next to this guy. And a lot of those guys, as you pointed out, on their staff.
Pulls it foul. Josh Johnson, the ace, what's he, 6'7"? And who just went on the disabled list. They got a whole bunch of, that's, I guess their philosophy in the organization is go after the massive, gigantic guys. And Volstad certainly fits that profile.
Philadelphia Phillies, same philosophy.
Right to the second baseman. And Infante throws him out. One away.
You're going to see a lot of ground balls from Volstad. Let's take a look at the defense playing behind him tonight. Starting in the Marlins outfield, it'll be Morrison, Coghlan, and Stanton. That's your outfield. Ramirez and Helms on the left side. Infante and Sanchez on the right side. And John Buck will be in the squad, putting down the signs.
Volstad, number 41, now to face Freddie Sanchez. Volstad was a 12-game winner last year for the Marlins. And it's ball one. So far this year, 2-3 with a 5.73 earned run average. 6 home runs allowed in only 44 innings. Center field for a base hit. Freddie came in with a batting average of .281. And now Aubrey Huff. 1 out, 1 on for the Giants.
Boy, he punishes high mistakes. You watch Freddie Sanchez. You go above the belt, below the numbers. Below the letters on him, he's going to make you pay. Watch the high pitch, turn it right back around. He didn't miss him.
Giants have not seen Volstad in a while. The last time he faced the Giants in this ballpark was nearly 2 years ago. In this ballpark or anywhere, back in 2009, and he pitched a shutout. His only other ball game here. Pitched a 5-hit shutout against the Giants back in 2009. Aubrey Huff still trying to get it going. And that could play with a guy's mind. I think the worry when a guy is really struggling and it just goes on and on, especially when he's a key guy and the whole team is struggling offensively, is if he's going to keep that confidence level up or not. It can be difficult when you're not having any success.
Well, truer words have never been spoken. And I don't care if you've been in the league 2 years or 22 years. When you are not hitting, when you are not pitching, when you're not performing your expectation or the team's expectation, it grinds you down. You cannot get away from it.
Led the club in home runs and RBIs last year. Well, he changed up on him. And that's a pitch, a changeup that Aubrey Huff has been seeing over and over again. As that one got a piece of the catcher, John Buck.
Where to get him? Oh, right on the knee. As they're so vulnerable there, you see, well, there's a pad there. It doesn't do much. If you take it right on the kneecap, that's one that hurts.
Freddie Sanchez at first, 1 out. Check swing. And a real sharp breaking ball in the dirt, and an appeal denied by Chad Fairchild, the third base umpire. 2-2 now to Aubrey Huff. Buster Posey on deck. Huff came into the game hitting only .222, 4 homers, 21 batted in. He is facing Volstad for the very first time. The changeup for the strikeout. 2 down.
Yeah, that's a good changeup. Sets it well. You talk about the big hitters and why some organizations like 6'8" guys, 6'6" guys, which when you see the Marlins, it seems like they have an abundance of. When you have a guy that tall, if he can locate down around the knees, you've created tilt. You're 6'8", you have a high release. When you can pinpoint knee-high location, you have a tilt. And the old philosophy in baseball is you only see a quarter of the ball when you have tilt like that coming down around your knees. If the ball's high and it's coming across the chest, you see half the ball.
Buster Posey and the slider for a called strike.
And when a guy throws 95, when that area that you see gets smaller.
Buster hitting .287, 4 homers, 21 batted in.
That's a big sink. That's a 93-mile-an-hour sink. It is late. And you can see how this guy excites the Marlins. I mean, he's only in his 3rd year. He's just 24 years old. He's still a baby. He's still learning the 4-seam fastball and how to use it to certain swing types, along with that 2-seam he was born with. But he has one thing that a lot of people wish they had: movement.
A ball and 2 strikes. A ball game that is of great interest to the Marlins is going on in Philadelphia right now. They trail the Phillies by a game in the East. The Phillies and the Reds are having at it at Citizens Bank Park. They're 4-4 there in the 11th inning. And they had a wild 10th inning where Jay Bruce hit a home run for the Reds to put them ahead in the first half of the 10th. And then in the last of the 10th, Ryan Howard hit a home run to tie it up. So they go on. There's the score on the hand-operated scoreboard here at AT&T Park. 1-2 the count. And that sinker down and in. 2-2. Cody Ross on deck. Arizona leading Colorado 2-1 in Coors Field. Top of the 8th. Arizona had been a hot team lately. They won 7 of their last 8. Big breaking ball, but kept in front by Buck, which causes Freddie Sanchez to hold on at first base. Giants in their Western Division have a 3-game lead over Colorado, and Arizona is 3.5 games back. Dodgers played earlier at Houston and lost 2-1 in the last of the 9th inning. J.R. Toll singled home Jason Bourne with the winner. There goes Freddie Sanchez. Strike 3. Strong first inning for Volstad. 2-0 Florida.
Recognition of the 52-year journey that led to the first World Series championship here in San Francisco. And this tribute will encircle all 4 plazas of AT&T Park and will feature granite markers depicting epic moments from throughout the years in San Francisco. And you could get a brick, a 4x12-inch brick, and it will provide you a chance of a lifetime of forever etch your loyalty right here at AT&T Park. Go to sfgiants.com/brick.
And it's a heavy brick, too, let me tell you. Here is Infante, who takes a called strike from Madison Bumgarner. Infante, the former Brave. He had such a fine year as a utility man for the Braves last year, one of those super utility guys, that he made the All-Star team. Change up off the outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Volstat, the pitcher, is on deck. There'll be a brick that will go permanently into one of the plazas outside the ballpark. And you'll also get your own brick to take home. Andres Torres had a long run for that one. Made it look easy in the end. 1 away.
All right, time now for Toyota by the numbers. Toyota is the most fuel-efficient full-line auto manufacturer, period. The best home record in the majors. Well, the Indians, the Brewers, both at 19-6, 760 clip. The Giants are 13-6, playing at 684 clip.
The Giants, after they leave here, are going to Milwaukee.
Brewers 19-6 at home. Brewers on the road, however, it's a different story. 8-17.
Brewers are right now have been at home for several days, and they are in a winning streak. I guess not surprisingly, they've won 6 in a row, tied with Cincinnati when the day began in the Central Division for second place. Today they beat the Nationals 6-4. Zach Greinke, that was their big offseason acquisition. That and getting Sean Markham from the Toronto Blue Jays to really bolster their rotation. That's all for Volstat. The strikeout, first of the game for Bumgarner. 2 down. The Brewers today, Greinke hit a home run. They have all those home run hitters. So the guy who goes deep today, the pitcher, Zach Greinke.
That's baseball. That's why we like this sport.
He beat Jason Marquis. He struck out 10. He got his 3rd win. Remember, he opened the year on the disabled list. They found out, and I'm sure if you're Doug Melvin, the GM of Milwaukee, this is your big guy. you're staking a lot on him coming in and being great for you. And then it turns out he actually had an injury that he got in the offseason playing pickup basketball. DL. But he's back now, and he is making up for lost time. He's 3-1. Giants looks like we'll miss him over the weekend. He would not be due up until after the Giants get out of town. 1-1 the count. Look out. Coghlan spins away. He hit a single his first time to start that 2-run first inning rally. Cody Ross over toward the line. And the inning is over very quickly. Cody Ross will be coming up against his old team when we come back.
In Giants history, but in Major League Baseball history, 60 years ago to the day, Willie Mays made his Major League debut against the Philadelphia Phillies. Now, it wasn't a great debut. Willie Mays was 0 for 5. In fact, he started out that season 1 for 26, but things turned around. Willie Mays, in his rookie season, voted the Rookie of the Year. Now, with all the many facets of Willie Mays' career, considered by so many as the greatest ball player of all time, one thing that's often overlooked is soon after that rookie year, Willie Mays left baseball for a couple of years to serve in the U.S. Army. In that era, it was not uncommon to do so. Gentlemen, back up to you.
Yeah, that was during the Korean War, the Korean conflict, as Cody Ross takes ball one. Willie Mays, obviously his number retired, among the greatest Giants. And he, number 24, always just stands out. The number itself became famous because of Mays. Deep left, not quite deep enough. Morrison, one away. Cody Ross just missed, planting one in the seats out there. And that has not often been done by the Giants here at home. This is their 20th home game. They've only hit 9 home runs here.
Well, I thought he got that one. I think he thought he got it.
Nate Sherholtz now. The Giants have hit 25 road home runs in 28 road games, but only 9 at home. Right there, Morrison again. So 2 men gone very quickly. Giants baseball is brought to you by Carl's Jr. Introducing the under 500 calorie charbroiled turkey burgers. They don't taste healthy, and that's just the way it is. New at Carl's Jr.
I want to get that one, get that one, get that.
Get Kruk some turkey burgers, will you? Here's Fontenot. In for a strike, that sinker at the knees. Well, the first 2 Giants hitters of the inning swung the bat well. Made solid contact against Volstad. The curveball misses.
Well, those are kind of at bats where you think, all right, I'm going to get this guy. I see him well. I hit the ball well. Good opposite field at bat by Nate Sherholtz.
Mike Fontenot, he'd like to get things going again. He had a nice groove there for a while. And almost as quickly as it started, it ended. And he's only had 5 hits in his last 37 at bats.
Well, he has good numbers against Volstad. 357 lifetime. That's at 14 at bats. 5 hits. So he knows him.
And the curve drops low. 2-2. The Marlins lead the Giants 2-0 here in the last of the second. Twilight time in San Francisco. Little tap. Volstad. And the inning is over. Giants 1-2-3. Third inning. Bumgarner to face the big hitters. Ramirez, Morrison, Gabi Sanchez. The Marlins jumped ahead with a quick 2 runs in the first inning as we see the Rincon Plaza, the tall building on top of Rincon Hill, not far from the ballpark here. What is it, about 60 stories tall itself, and the hill is about 15 stories tall. So it can be seen from almost anywhere in the city, especially when you're over here, because it's not far from AT&T Park. As Hanley Ramirez takes a ball, 1 strike. He had a fly ball to shallow center his first time. He'll be followed by Logan Morrison and then Gabi Sanchez. Pulls it foul right past the spot of the third base coach, and the ball dude handles it.
I don't think he ever left his chair to get that ground ball.
Got good hands.
He's going. Is
that Roger Gill?
Roger Gill. He's going, Raj.
He's from North Palm Beach, Florida. And he flies in every year when the Marlins play the Giants. He works at the Roger Dean Stadium in Jupiter, Florida during spring training.
Oh, let's check out his play. It's a sneak attack. He was hiding.
Well, it is a sneak attack. He came in from Florida. But the Marlins travel with their own ball dude.
It's amazing.
Ooh, that was a close one. Joe West.
And if he has inconsistencies in the strike zone, that's where it's at, right at the belt. Some you get, some you don't get.
3-2 now. He walks. Not close.
All right, let's go to Xfinity Game Vision. Remember, with Xfinity Game Vision, you too can control the action at home, controlling the video using play, pause, pass forward, and rewind. And it was Freddie Sanchez that robbed Gabi Sanchez of a hit in the 5th inning. An outstanding effort. That's Xfinity Game Vision. It's powered by Xfinity TV with On Demand, the only place you can catch complete replays of every Giants game all season long. Just tune to Channel 1.
That was the only time the Giants retired Gabi Sanchez last night. He had 2 singles, a 3-run double, and a walk in that game. And the one time they got him, it took the Xfinity play of the night to do it. Logan Morrison, who singled his first time, fueling that 2-run first inning rally. He scored one of the runs. Nobody out. Hanley Ramirez, who's the Marlins' leading base stealer, and he's running. Big jump. Posey's throw. It wouldn't have been in time anyway. High and wide, as you saw. His 10th steal of the year.
Well, the thing about Madison Bumgarner is, when he is effective holding a runner on, he'll come gathered, and you just can't get a good jump out. The problem is, if you guess right, you go. It takes him a while to get rid of the ball, and that was 1.5, which is a very slow unload time. And Buster Posey really had no chance.
So now Hanley Ramirez in scoring position, nobody out. That one is going to go back into the lower deck, well back on the first base side. Tim, be careful. He starts. Man, he was focused on the ball, but it almost killed him.
He was doing the pop-up dance. And he almost went down.
Yeah. It's one thing to go down when you're out on the field.
Yeah, on the grass.
It wouldn't have been. It might have spoiled his night, I think, if he'd gone down on that one.
All right, let's watch the concentration. All right, there he is. Oh, stay up. I got money on you. All right.
One and two the count to Logan Morrison. Still 1-2. Gabi Sanchez was driven in 4 runs now in the first 2 games of this series, including the first run tonight, is on deck. And Bumgarner having to deliver high stress pitches immediately in this inning. That curve is low with the walk of Hanley Ramirez to start the inning. He then promptly stole second. So every pitch is a big one against the Marlins' best hitters here in the third already. Three and two.
close. Good pitch. You got to have a pretty good eye and a lot of confidence in your umpire to take that pitch with 2 strikes.
It seems odd, don't you think most left-handed hitters like that low pitch on the inside?
Yeah, most tall guys do.
Andres Torres on the run. Hanley Ramirez is going to test him. And he beats the throw. Pretty good throw, too, by Andres Torres.
That's one of those throws you don't really have to worry about the cutoff, man. You're trying to airmail the throw all the way, which is what he did. There was no delay. I mean, he got rid of it quickly. Just too much foot speed from Hanley Ramirez, and the Marlins get a runner at third, less than 2 out.
And their leading RBI man, who has been clobbering the Giants here in this series. RBI single in the first inning tonight. The infield in all the way around. Gabby Sanchez, curveball, and that just misses.
And believe me, it's no day at the beach to have to play in shallow on the infield against this guy. The ball is really coming off his bat explosively right now, as strong as he is. He's locked in, very hot.
Another slugger, Stanton on deck. Got in on him that time. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You got to have some strength if you're going to get hits like this. The good pitch by Bumgarner goes up the bat, but Gabby Sanchez, big and strong, fights it off, gets himself a knock and an RBI. You get those hits when you're hot.
He is hot. He's 4 for 5 in the series. And he chased. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Gabby Sanchez
gets him to go up across the letters on, I'm not sure if that ball was even across the plate. It was outside. You can see the disgust as he flipped the bat. Posey wants to elevate again with a fastball.
And it works. He foul tips it into Posey's glove.
Big strike out there. Big strike out there. You know, Mike Stanton, earlier in batting practice, they put on a clinic, and this swing of the bat brought to you by Volkswagen Going, Gone event. Great deals are here, but not for long. Visit www.dealer.com. And he is like Barry Bonds. You do not want to miss anything that he does. And this was underneath the coach stand. Brett Hayes, the backup catcher, just in awe of Stanton. Yesterday, he went over the 501 sign up there by the glove. The longest ball we've ever seen hit here in this ballpark.
Runner at third, 2 down. Off the fists. Fontenot going out. And he gets it. Good work by Bumgarner under stress. Still 2-0 Florida. Milwaukee and St. Louis when they come home a week from Friday. The Colorado Rockies will be in town. Todd Helton, Cargo, Tulo, and Ubaldo. They'll all be coming in, and there are tickets available Friday, Saturday, Sunday, June's 3rd, 4th, and 5th. See how I added an S there to the June.
I like that.
Tickets available at sfgiants.com. That will include the Cody Ross bobblehead night on Saturday the 4th and Giants baseball bands presented by the San Francisco Zoo for the kids on June 5th. Tejada the hitter. That's sfgiants.com. It's been an outstanding rivalry that has developed between the Giants and the Rockies. Tejada into left field, a base hit. He kind of quietly put together a very nice stretch of hitting here the last couple of weeks.
Well, right now it's time for Xfinity Future Focus. Here we take an in-depth look at some of the Giant stars of tomorrow. Hector Sanchez down in San Jose, 34 games, hit .313 with 8 home runs, 38 RBIs. And May 4th had a 15-game hitting streak. It ended the 21st. And Monday at Stockton went 3 for 5, 3 homers and 6 RBIs. Xfinity Future Focus is brought to you by Xfinity. TV, internet, and voice reinvented.
Well, Stockton, that's a hard place to hit home runs, isn't it?
Yeah.
Bumgarner. Gabi Sanchez. And the put out for Infante. Tejada has been moved over. Well done by Bumgarner. The sacrifice bunt.
And he did in the first pitch, too. I like that.
The style points as well.
Well, yeah, and it just keeps the inning going. It's a positive.
So even the Russian judge gives a high mark.
And they're tough. Traditionally tough. All right, let's watch technique. Set the ball on the top of the strike zone. If it's below the bat, that's the one you want to bunt. Run at first base, you want to go first base side. And that, my friends, is textbook perfect. Bat head out there in front of his eyesight.
Now Torres to try and turn it into a run as he takes a change up. The ball one from Volstad. Andres grounded out to second his first time. Giants have had a terrible time scoring runs. That's no secret. I went through the game by game just to figure out exactly how tough it's been, and it's a little more tough than I thought. Fastball sinking low. 2-0. Going back to that road trip, remember they got swept here at home by Atlanta. Then they went to Pittsburgh to start a 10-game road trip. Starting with that road trip, 26 games. The Giants have scored 76 runs, less than 3 per game. Base hit. Tejada made sure it wasn't caught, but the ball goes into the corner. Tejada will score. Torres will pull up at second with a double.
Well, that's the hit they've been looking for tonight, the one that gets the crowd into the game. And when you go down 2-0 early in the ball game and you kind of feel like you have to come back uphill, everything comes a little bit harder. That swing of the bat just freed the hostages. And the Giants dugout very responsive. Looked like a sinker middle in. They set the target out over the middle of the plate. And the location was just jumped on by Torres. An easy two-bagger as Mike Stanton could not come up with it cleanly.
So here's Sanchez, another runner in scoring position now. And that's in for a strike. Sanchez hit a single his first time. The last 26 games, the Giants have scored 76 runs, just under 3 per game. In those 26 games, though, with so little offense, their record 17-9. That's going to get down. Base hit. Torres, though, could not be sure from where he was, so he held to make sure, and now goes to third.
Well, as good as Mike Stanton's arm is in right field, even if that ball did not freeze Andres Torres, I don't think that he would have tried to score with 1 out. Mike Stanton was playing kind of a shallow set in defense of Freddie Sanchez, and he just has too good of an arm. You're up 3 or 4 runs, you might take a gamble on it if he gets a good jump. But because he had to freeze to make sure this ball was not caught, no chance for a score.
So now the possible tying run at third. Giants trail 2-1. And here is Aubrey Huff to try and get Andres Torres home. Huff struck out his first time on a changeup. Foul tip. It's 0-1.
Big curveball to open it up on. I think the hardest thing when you're in a bit of a funk is you want to get well in a hurry. You want to get your numbers back to where you're used to looking at them. For Huff, 285, 300, somewhere in that slot. So you try to get it all back and want it back. You can't do it. You have to grind it out. And patience is really not the strong suit of most big leaguers.
A ball and a strike. Aubrey Huff. RBI situation. Giants set up nicely here. Trailing 2-1. Torres at third. Freddie Sanchez at first. A middle infield double play death. In the dirt with a changeup. 2-1. Ball blocking there by John Butt, the catcher. Colorado there in the top of the ninth. Arizona leading the Rockies 2-1. You see the situation here. They're kind of bunched up towards center in the Florida outfield. And that fastball is low. 3-1. Buster Posey on deck. Here's Buster fiddling with his batting gloves, getting ready. So it's 3-1 to Aubrey Huff. Crowd getting into it. Big chop. Foul, and Aubrey Huff hurt himself. He walked, he may have hit it down off his foot, I guess.
Yeah, may have hit his right toe. Dave Breshner, yeah. Giants head trainer, going to come out. Let's see where it got him.
Oh.
I think it could have been the greatest acting job I've ever seen. I'm going with acting job.
That hit him right in the Mike. Where did you?
You got to sell it. You have to sell it.
If it was anything, it was the backswing. He hit himself on the rib cage with his own bat, maybe. 3-2. Struck him out, and Freddie Sanchez is out in the middle of nowhere. They got him in a rundown.
Torres has got to go. Torres has got to go.
Now the throw home. He is safe. Andres Torres listening to the coaching of Mike Krukow. And he took off, and he beat that throw from Hanley Ramirez, and this game is tied.
Well, we're going to make it our Ford Right Choice, brought to you by Ford, the right choice for California. See your California Ford dealer. Visit your CaliforniaFord.com today. And you got to make that guy make the throw. And now you got to go when you think that middle infielder is off balance. And for Andres Torres, it took a little long getting that jump. But then when he finally decided to go, it was perfect.
And that was a nice fadeaway slide, not hands first, but feet first. The way Willie McCovey used to do it. He was one of the great sliders in the game in his Hall of Fame career.
Well, that was exciting.
That is how the Giants tie the game. I saw that one coming.
Full-on ground attack.
Andres' first impulse was, well, I've just got to go back and stand on third. Nothing bad can happen to me if I'm standing on third. And that's when Mike Krukow started coaching him. Andres, you got to go. You got to go. Let's go. And I have a feeling that maybe Tim Flannery was saying pretty much the same thing.
Pretty much the same thing, only a whole lot louder.
So Aubrey Huff struck out, and the Giants got the runner home from third anyway. Hanley Ramirez. Out! What a play! Buster Posey wasn't quite sure, though, that they really made it.
I'm Raj Mathai. The Florida Marlins are in town, but the next time they come in town next season, they'll have a different name and a different address. As we speak, they're building a new stadium out in Florida for the Marlins. Here it is. It's not near Miami. It is in Miami. Their new ballpark, a retractable stadium at the site of the old Orange Bowl. And the Marlins will also change their name to the Miami Marlins. So you can ask the Giants how a new stadium can revitalize a franchise. Well, that's what's going to happen to the Florida Marlins, soon to be the Miami Marlins. An interesting note about the Marlins, gentlemen, they've only been to the playoffs 2 times in their history since joining Major League Baseball in 1993. Both those times they won the World Series. Guys, back up to you.
Indeed, they did. And they have never finished in first place yet. There's Andres Torres with the putout. John Buck, first ball swinging, is promptly retired as we start the 4th inning of a 2-2 game.
All right, Buster Posey going down the line, and the long throw by Ramirez, and he does not get him. Buster Posey deserved a base hit, and the Giants did not get the call. Angel Hernandez on the call, and there goes his perfect game.
And we do get to see it in slow motion, but the ball has to be in the glove before the foot hits the bag. And if the ball doesn't beat the runner there, he's safe. And really, the more we see of these slow motion replays, the more we realize it's just a 50-50 as to which way the guy's going to call it.
Well, I mean, it's one of those plays that's so close. He's right no matter what he calls. But I mean, you know, there should be more clear definition to tie goes to the runner. Doesn't seem like that happens very often anymore.
Well, and the umpires told me there's no such thing. There's no such thing as a tie. The ball either beats the guy there or it doesn't beat him there. If the ball does not beat him there, the guy's safe.
Well, if you're talking to a guy that's got that mentality, you're not going to win the argument anymore, because there is such thing as a tie. But it does not take away from the athleticism from this particular play, because it is spectacular. The fact that he even got a throw off is miraculous.
It was one of the more amazing plays that you will ever see, as Helms is thrown out on a more conventional kind of a throw from the shortstop.
Giants baseball is brought to you by Jeep. The things we make us. Jeep.
2 down, nobody on, and Infante comes up. Last of the ninth now in Denver. J.J. Putz, the closer for Arizona, tried to end that one.
Who's having a good year, by the way. He's perfect.
Been a great pickup for Arizona. That whole bullpen has been revamped by the new general manager, Kevin Towers, and because that bullpen was historically bad last year. The worst bullpen ever seen in baseball history. Infante to Sherholtz, and that is a very quick inning for Madison Bumgarner. 8 pitches and out. Cody Ross coming up. Orange and black. Check out pregame live and postgame live before and after every Giants telecast on Comcast Sportsnet. Authentic Bay Area sports. I'm John Miller with Mike Krukow, your Giants telecasters, and you can see it's been posted on the out-of-town scoreboard. Arizona held on. J.J. Putz got the save. Arizona beat Colorado 2-1. Houston beat LA 2-1 earlier. And here is Volstad with a slider for a called strike to Cody Ross. Ross flied out deep to left his first time. Nate Sherholtz, Mike Fontenot to follow. 2-2.
That win by the Arizona Diamondbacks moves them past the Colorado Rockies in the National League West.
Since the second place D-backs, they've won 8 out of their last 9. They've been in a roll. Short hop handled by Helms. 1 away. Now Nate Sherholtz will come up. By the way, that a steal of home for Andres Torres is the way that play was scored that tied the ball game. And I think that they'll be talking to Andres a little bit about the way they want that play handled the next time it comes up. Nate Sherholtz hit a line drive to left field his first time. And that changeup fooled him. 1 ball, 1 strike. That changeup is called a strike on the inside. 2-2. Fontenot on deck. Sherholtz fights off that fastball to stay alive. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Chris Volstad, 24-year-old right-hander. Giants got those 2 runs in the 3rd inning. Torres knocked in 1 with a double. And then the steal at home. That is strike 3. Back to the changeup. It's the 4th strikeout now for Volstad. 2 down in the 4th inning, and Mike Fontenot will come up. But did it appear in that the steal of home that the Giants had some kind of a play on? Huff ended up striking out, but Freddie Sanchez ended up out in no man's land between 1st and 2nd. And ultimately, it worked out well for the Giants, but it was not the classic kind of a play that you might have expected. That sinker, and Infante throws it out. We're going to the 5th inning now. 2-2.
For the Giants and the Reds from AT&T Park, and all month long, May NBC Bay Area's Jessica Aguirre and Raj Mathai bring you a special series of in-depth investigative reports. Discover the Bay Area's most compelling stories weeknights at 11 on NBC Bay Area.
Well, the Giants lost their shortstop on this ground out to end the inning. And he came up lame.
Yeah, we don't know if it was a hamstring or a calf or a groin. It looked like it was his left leg.
Walked off the field with Dave Greshner, the Giants head trainer. And Emmanuel Burris has gone in to become the Giants shortstop in the 7th spot in the batting order. Giants already playing without the services of Darren Ford, as Ford was given an MRI today, and they determined that he had, in that play at the plate on which he scored the winning run on Sunday, as Volstad takes a ball, 1 ball and 1 strike, that he suffered a lateral ankle sprain. And Bruce Bochy said it looks like he's going to be sore for a few days. Ooh, he missed the pitch, but the bat goes flying.
It's like once a night, once or twice a game. I mean, I've never seen this many bats get thrown as we've seen all year long. And this from the pitcher. And fortunately, it didn't go up in the stands. I mean, I can't explain why it's happened so much this year.
what was it, Sunday or last night? There were a couple of times a bat went flying right into the stands behind the Giants dugout in the same game. Here's Coughlin on deck. So Darren Ford not available tonight. They're having to decide whether they're going to put him on the disabled list or not. That's a pop-up foul. As Bruce Bochy was going to meet with the general manager, Brian Sabian, before the game to talk about that tonight. Of course, that man, the Panda, Pablo Sandoval, is still on the disabled list. Freddie Sanchez comes rushing in and throws out Bolstad. Bolstad is 0 for 2.
It's always a gift when you get to start an inning out with the pitcher, but I mean, you most of the time you're going to get him. But when he doesn't retire and you lose him by way of a base hit or a walk or a hit batsman, it sets up a bad inning. But getting him is a good shot in the arm. Now you face the top of the lineup, you got one out. And we all know the old saying of baseball, you get the first strike of every hitter, you get the first out of every inning, you score the first run of a game, you're going to do well.
Chris Coughlin,
former Rookie of the Year. This guy's really, I think, become a pretty good player. I mean, obviously he's a good player to have won Rookie of the Year, but he had kind of a sophomore jinx last year. And now he looks to me like he's playing with the most confidence he's ever played with. Marlins moved him from left field to center field, and he really has done a nice job for the Marlins in center field. Good player.
Not considered a good defensive player before either. 2-1.
Well, I like it. You know, a guy's athletic. You go up here, you listen to what's written about you, you listen to what's said about you, listen to your coaches. They're going to tell you where you need to improve. And if you're an athlete, which all these guys are, obviously, I mean, you put the work in to improve yourself, and you can do that. Turn back those scout reports. Prove people wrong. Be a good defensive player. Take the reps to become a good player.
Coughlin was a high on base percentage guy the year before last when he won the Rookie of the Year. Curveball a little bit high, apparently. 3-2. Crowd didn't think so. They thought that was right in there.
Well, it would have been a high strike, but it's certainly within the definition of the rule book strike zone.
That's a base hit into the alleyway. He's going to try for 2. So Coughlin is 2 for 3 in this one.
You think back, that pitch was just about a quarter-inch high. Now you lose the guy, you come back another pitch, and he does this. He goes opposite field gap with a great 2-strike at bat and winds up putting himself in score position with a double. That is a nice at bat. And now, with the thumpers coming up, Bumgarner right back in his stretch, and it's become stressful again. It's amazing how one call that could have been called a strike did not go your way can loom so large in an inning.
Hanley Ramirez now. Runner going, and it's a steal. They're running against Bumgarner tonight.
Well, I mean, his whole thing is deception. Because he really has a big twist in his upper body, it's very effective at first base, but runners at second, because his unload time is right around 1.5, they're taking advantage of it. The normal unload time is 1.25, so you can see how much higher he is beyond normal time.
Infield in for Hanley Ramirez, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. And we're talking about 1 pitch here, 1 pitch there. It was Hanley Ramirez at bat last night in the 3rd inning. A couple of close pitches that Matt Cain did not get. Ramirez ended up walking. And there is a bat lost and caught on the fly by that fan in the stands.
Nice play. Well, you know, they've seen so many of them this year. You're going to start seeing some pretty good plays being made, I would think. And that was a good one there. And fortunately, everybody okay.
Starts looking at his hands like, what's all this sticky?
this gunk on here. Well, the Giants defensive coverage is brought to you by Verizon Wireless, the fastest 4G network in America. Why not? You make a play on a bat, we're going to highlight it. That's how I did it. One-hander.
1-2 the count. And that one, some cutting action at 94 miles an hour off the inside. Hanley Ramirez has flied out to shallow center and walked. He's been the Marlins' big hitter for years. Off to a slow start this year. His average at the moment 214. There is Coghlan. Possible go-ahead run at third, 1 out. Broken bat. Coghlan breaks for the plate. Burris, after bobbling it, his only play was to first. 3-2 Florida. RBI for Hanley Ramirez. And that's really holding Emmanuel Burris back right now. He's got so much to offer, but his defense has been shaky.
Now Coghlan going on contact. And the ball, I mean, just hits him in the heel of the glove. So he has no choice but to take the only out he can get.
That's a strike to Logan Morrison. So Ramirez gets the RBI. And of course, the Giants had the infield in with the idea of keeping that run from scoring. And I don't know if he might also have taken a quick peek to see where Coghlan was as he was about to field that ball, taking his eye off the ball for a moment. But his hands have been rather unsure. They were all through the spring, and Burris, that has been in the minor leagues for most of the season, and that's one of the big reasons. Check swing. That one, we're going to hope that it rolls foul, but it won't.
That's 2 hits tonight for Logan Morrison that you wouldn't want to save the highlight films on, but they're big league knocks. And it's going to allow Gabby Sanchez a chance to hit with Bumgarner out of the stretch. Just a check swing, big league knock. No chance for Tejada to make a play on it. It was either going to run foul or do this.
The cleanup hitter, Gabby Sanchez, at the plate. He has knocked in a run with a single and struck out. And Logan Morrison runs fairly well, so Bumgarner sent him a calling card. Sanchez hitting .328 now. He's knocked in 4 runs in the 2 games of this series. Florida back ahead 3-2. Giants lost their shortstop Fontenot, who limped off the field after he grounded out in the last of the 4th inning. Burris in to replace him. Burris was having a great year offensively down in Fresno. He was hitting .361 when the Giants brought him back to the big leagues the other day. And he's had a couple of big games for the Giants on this homestand offensively. He started the winning rally last Friday against Oakland with a base hit in the 10th inning and eventually scored the winning run on Aubrey Huff's base hit. And then he himself knocked in the winning run with a base hit in extra innings on Sunday, knocking in Darren Ford. Some of the best hitting in crucial situations we've seen from Burris as a big leaguer.
Oh, no question. His at-bats are much, much more solid.
Popped up foul, and that will go back out of play. 2-2 the count to Gabby Sanchez here in the 5th inning.
But Burris looks good. I mean, he's in great shape. I think, it took him a long time to get his legs back. You have a couple of foot injuries like he had. I mean, we're talking substantial injuries. I mean, you don't want to really drive on that injury, and you sort of run around the pain where it was in your foot.
Oh, the big hook for the strikeout. Second straight time he has struck out Sanchez. Tejada coming up. Giants down
An eventful 5 innings so far. Now, in terms of statistics, Bumgarner coming into tonight with a 1-6 record. He's pitched much better than that record would indicate. In terms of run support, he hasn't gotten the help from his teammates so far this season. Bumgarner ranks last in terms of the Giants' starting rotation in terms of run support. You see the numbers here. On top of the list, getting the most run support is Ryan Vogelsong. Vogelsong is 3-0, and he pitches tomorrow afternoon in the series finale. Gentlemen?
Very interesting. Raj Mathai, news anchor from NBC Bay Area, and part of our crew for Giants baseball on NBC Bay Area and the Giants television network. Miguel Tejada leads off against Volstad, and that breaking ball is too low for ball 1. Tejada singled leading off to third. That started a 2-run rally that tied the game. So he's trying to do the same thing here. The Giants are behind again, 3-2. Remarkable the lack of run support that Bumgarner has had to deal with, or I guess better said, deal without.
That's one thing you can't worry about, though. I mean, if you go out there thinking you're not going to get runs, or you're worried about your team getting your runs, can't do it.
Left center field, Morrison comes in a little bit now. One away. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers and the all-new 2012 Honda Civic, loaded with technology and delivering up to 44 miles per gallon. For details, shop Honda.com. That's shophonda.com. The American League out-of-town scoreboard. The Red Sox blasted Cleveland 14-2. John Lester got his 7th win. Bumgarner barehanded by Helms. Nice play. Marlins are playing some great defense here tonight. 2 down. Also, the Yankees beat the Blue Jays. The Tampa Bay Rays rained out at Detroit. Seattle shut out the Minnesota Twins back of Eric Bedard. Gutierrez a home run. The Rangers beat the White Sox 2-1. The Angels lead Oakland 3-1. Last of the 5th in Southern California. Baltimore won its 4th in a row, beating Kansas City 9-2 at Camden Yards. Giants have 2 down, nobody on. Andres Torres up. He got the low strike. 0-1. Torres hit a double to knock in the Giants' first run back in the 3rd. Then later stole home. And he shows that bunt. Takes one curve in the dirt. 1-1 in the National League. Atlanta over the Pirates in 11 innings. Houston beat the Dodgers. J.R. Tolles knocked in Bourne in the bottom of the 9th with the game-winning hit. Milwaukee won its 6th in a row, beating Washington 6-4. Prince Fielder drove in 4 of those runs. And the Padres beat the Cardinals 3-1 down in San Diego. Latos got his 2nd win, beating Carpenter. And the Reds and Phillies still going. They're in the 14th inning, tied at 4 in Philly. Arizona over Colorado 2-1. And the Mets in a rain-shortened game beat the Cubs 7-4. That one stopped in the 7th inning. So the Mets got a 7-4 win. The Mets, who had a team meeting before the game last night, after the comments published from the owner, Fred Wilpon, in which he criticized the ball club, criticized several of the players by name, in the article that just came out this week. That's a foul ball. 2-2. Fred Wilpon, we're told, before that game yesterday, actually ended up calling some of those players and talking to them. And the players went into the manager's office, and Fred Wilpon apologized to them and for the comments. And they had a team meeting. Jose Reyes was one of those players that was singled out. And Reyes was asked by the New York writers about it, and he just said, hey, he's the owner, he's the boss, he can say whatever he wants. If he doesn't think I'm this or he doesn't think I'm that, that's his prerogative. That's a walk for Andres Torres.
That's good at bat.
First walk given up by Volstad. There's Bruce Bochy. So now Bochy is going to have to decide if he's going to send Andres Torres in motion here.
Well, Volstad for 6'8" is pretty good at unloading. out of the stretch. He would definitely give Buck a chance to throw. If he throws a breaking ball, his unload time is like 1.38 to 1.42. A fastball, it'll be 1.20, which is below average and good. So if you're a base runner, it's sort of, you want to try and guess the right pitch. Go on what you think is going to be a breaking ball count.
Torres lengthens his lead a little bit over at first base. Freddie Sanchez has hit 2 singles in this game. That was a little bit closer that time. Volstad's got a quick spin and throw on the pickoff. Andres Torres now with 4 steals for the year, including his steal of home in the 3rd inning that tied the game. Giants are back behind now, 3-2. Foul ball off the right field line.
Well, there's some frustration in New York, and it's not often you hear an owner come out and publicly get on a team and single guys out. But I think Jose Reyes handled it well. His comment, the owner can say what he wants, pretty much the truth.
And dives back again. That one fairly close. Now the first base umpire, Angel Hernandez, wants to look at that baseball dug out of the dirt by Sanchez.
Let's see, how close was it? Pretty close. Too close. I'd say that's about as far as he can get off right there. And again, impressive as to how quick Volstad at 6'8" is over to first. Good athlete.
Base hit to right. Torres will stop at second. He's not going to test the great arm of young Mike Stanton. So with 2 down, the Giants get something going here. Now Aubrey Huff will try and make something happen. Get Torres home. Huff is 0 for 2. He has struck out twice in this game against Volstad. But now this is the 3rd time for Huff to see Volstad. By the way, Fred Wilpon had the writer Jeffrey Toobin, I guess, in his private box at the ballpark in New York, as we're going to have a conference on the mound now with the pitching coach Randy St. Clair out to chat with young Volstad. But remember back early in the season, the Mets had that stretch. They couldn't beat anybody. It was really bad, and they looked like far and away the worst team in all of baseball.
They did.
And that is the time when the owner, Wilpon, made those comments. The article ended up being published this week in the New Yorker. But be that as it may, he's been an owner for a long time, and he should have known better if he didn't want those comments out in public. So here is Aubrey Huff. 2 men on, 2 men out. Change up. 1 ball and no strikes.
Volstad knows that Huff is not picking that changeup up. He swung through it 3 times already tonight. And he starts him right out of bed with it. Boom. So I think basically he did Huff a bit of a favor showing that pitch early.
And same sight line for the sinking fastball. He took that one as well. 2-0.
And one thing Huff can do, I mean, even when he's in a slump, he can still work a count. He can still get into count leverage situations where he's at right now, 2-0.
Back to the changeup. And Aubrey Huff saw that one coming in at the belt and tried to launch it. But it was a changeup. 2-1 the count. And Volstad had been throwing that changeup behind in the count almost religiously in this game. 3-1, 2-0 right here. Andres Torres, the possible tying run, a very fast runner at second. He'll be off and running at the crack of the bat with 2 down.
Hard slider. So he's going at him soft. He hasn't given him any fastballs in the strike zone. He threw a 1-0 fastball below the strike zone, but other than that, it's been all change-ups and sliders.
Madison Bumgarner looking on. His team trailing by a run. 2 on, 2 out. And back to that slider. And it's a full count now. So now both runners are threat to score. If Huff can get the base hit, they'll both be running with the pitch. You got the great arm and right with Stanton. There they go. A foul ball.
And a hard slider. Just kind of piece.
Let's go down to Raj Mathai down in the dugout.
Okay, gentlemen, we have an update regarding Mike Fontenot. Left the game there in the bottom of the 4th inning as he pulled up lame running into first base. Just got an update from the Giants. A left groin strain. So Mike Fontenot out with the groin strain. A left groin strain. Back up to you.
All right. Thank you, Raj. Runners go. Struck him out with the slider. And there's the frustration coming to the surface for Aubrey Huff. On to the 6th. The Colorado Rockies come in from the Western Division. The Rockies got off to a great start. They've been struggling big time. Tulo, Cargo, Ubaldo, the whole Rocky group coming in for a 3-game weekend series. And tickets are available at sfgiants.com. So don't delay as that ball is hit foul by Stanton for strike 1. sfgiants.com. Friday, June 3rd. The Rockies and Giants have at it right here at AT&T Park. Saturday will be Cody Ross bobblehead night. 3-2 Florida, and that one just missed off the outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Stanton has doubled home a run and popped up to short. And the curveball, 1-2.
That is bat speed, though. One thing about this guy, I mean, you know this. The ballpark knows this guy's got power because everybody's in their seat. They're not missing his at bats. Word got around that he hit one yesterday during batting practice up over the 501 sign. Didn't quite hit the big glove, but came close as we've ever seen.
That's a base hit. Hit it off the end of the bat on that curveball.
Giants baseball is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota is the most fuel-efficient full-line auto manufacturer, period.
John Buck to the plate now. He has walked and flied out to shallow center. 3-2 Florida leading the Giants here in the 6th inning. Off the right field line, foul. Pitch number 92 thrown tonight by Bumgarner as he works here in the 6th inning. The Marlins got 2 in the very first inning. Giants were trailing before they ever came to bat. They tied it with a couple of runs in the 3rd. Florida untied it with a run in the 5th. 3-2. 0-2 the count.
Cutter swung right through it. Good one.
Padres a winner today. That game in Philadelphia, though, is going on deeper and deeper into the night. They're closing in on midnight in Philadelphia, and that game is in the 15th inning. Struck him out. Right back with the same pitch.
Tied him up in knots. You know, the cut fastball and the slider. This is a slider, but really at the belt, you see what it does to a guy who can't get the bat head on it. Breaks down both elbows. Very defensive hack. Good pitch.
So now Wes Helms, who has grounded into a double play, and grounded out to short. He's 0 for 2. One ball, no strikes. The Marlins have only 2 left-handed hitters in their batting order, both hitting up near the top of the order. Coughlin, the leadoff man, and Morrison hitting 3rd. Everybody else bats right-handed. Back out of play over the screen. A ball and a strike. So once you get to the cleanup hitter, it's a string of 6 consecutive right-handed batters for Bumgarner to deal with, and he's right in the midst of that right now. Here's another one. Infante on deck. Too high with a fastball. 2-1. Tomorrow, a 12:45 start here, and the Giants have Ryan Vogelsong up against Anibal Sanchez. Sanchez has already flirted with no hitters in 2 of his starts this year. 2-2. And he is a guy who has pitched a no-hitter in the big leagues, and he's one of those guys who has that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he's dialed too, and with him it's usually a matter of how he can command that stuff, and of late he's been lights out.
3-2 now. Sanchez, who goes tomorrow, an ERA of 3.02, more than a strikeout per inning. Right center field, Nate Scherholtz. Plenty of room out there. And Stanton will have to go back to first. Usually you're in pretty good shape if you can make him hit it out there, especially if it's a right-handed batter. 2 down, Infante.
You're right. Only 32 balls have been hit out to right field by right-handed hitters since this ballpark opened up.
Yeah. And how many to right center, do you think?
You know, I would say over the Bank of America sign out there, you have a better chance of hitting it out here than you do out here as a right-hander. And there's a reason for that. As the wind comes around the front of the stadium, it wraps around the right side, and it comes back onto the playing field right through the archways. And if you have backspin on a ball, it hits the wind and it just kills it.
Which is not to say you have a real good chance of hitting a ball out near that 421 marker if you're right-handed.
And as hard as it is to hit it out there in triples alley, left or right, I mean, I think you have a better chance. Right-handers. I mean, imagine 3 home runs a year. That's what this ballpark's averaging, giving right-handers home runs to that side of the field. And most of those are days where there is no wind and it's hot. Just on a normal night like tonight, I mean, it's almost it's so rare that you see one go out. And when it does happen, everybody's stunned by it.
0-2 to Infante, who is flied out deep to center and flied out to shallow right. 3-2, Florida leading. Stanton at first, 2 down.
Ooh, good pitch. That's a great 0-2 pitch. Even though you don't get the pitch, it sets up a lot of things. It sets up the inside corner because now the guy he's aware of outside. Some umpires give it, some guys swing at it, but it sets up a changeup on the same location, sets up the hand-high fastball, back foot slider.
Two and two.
Good pitch, good try.
In the center field, base hit. Off the end of the bat. So, first hit for Infante. Stanton goes to second. And now the pitcher, Volstad, will come up.
Well, it's going to push up the pitch count for Madison Bumgarner. This is likely going to be his last inning now as the Giants start to get their bullpen going. Had he been able to retire Infante, they may have given him an opportunity to go back out there.
Ramon Ramirez, number 52, takes the ball from Mark Gardner. 2 men on, 2 men out.
Volstad, not a bad hitting pitcher.
He's 0 for 2 tonight. Right center field, Torres. And that's the inning. But 106 pitches through 6 for Bumgarner. Giants coming up with Posey, Ross, and Sherholtz.
I'll tell you what, this crowd here at AT&T Park standing on its feet for a big cheer right about now. They're cheering 16-year-old YouTube sensation Keenan Cahill. He just flew in from Chicago within the hour. It is Keenan Cahill night. Now, he has a rare genetic disorder that causes his appearance to look dwarf-like, but Keenan Cahill, a favorite among the Giants fans here. Nearly 2 million hits on YouTube for his song where he lip-synced the song Dynamite. He did it alongside Cody Ross and Brian Wilson. They were excited to have him here at the ballpark, and he was supposed to throw out the first pitch tonight, but his flight from Chicago got delayed. But Keenan Cahill is here, the 16-year-old YouTube sensation. There he is, guys.
All right, thanks, Raj. Glad to see he was able to make it. And he performed that live with Lou Seal, and they interspersed the shots of the live performance with that of the video, which has been seen. I don't know if there have been 2 million hits, but seeing as how the Giants' home attendance has gone over 800,000 already, at least 800,000 hits on it just here at the ballpark, in addition to all the YouTube hits. Buster Posey. And Morrison, who started back on that one, had a long run in and got to it, one away. Posey is 0 for 3.
Well, for everything Giants, check out NBCBayArea.com and search for The Cove. Deep coverage of the team, the players, the opponents to watch, even a peek into the iconic ballpark. The Cove on NBCBayArea.com. NBC Bay Area is the proud broadcast home of your San Francisco Giants.
And there's the Pacific Hornblower, which also has made an appearance. One of the regular sites whenever the Giants are home on a bay cruise, McCovey Cove at AT&T Park. There's ball one to Cody Ross. Well, the Giants got a big home run here on Sunday from Nate Sherholtz. And Cody Ross is a guy certainly capable of launching one, but he hit one well that he might have thought was going out when he hit it back in the second inning, but it died on the warning track in left field. Giants have hit only 9 home runs at home this year. Ooh, the tight slider, and the count is 1-2.
Just pounding with that slider. That's a big curveball looking slider. But you look at the velocity at 85. You don't see many big breaking balls at that velocity. That, the changeup, sinking fastball. He's got 3 good pitches. Not easy to square up.
Ooh, strike 3 call at the knees. He's been given that low strike here lately.
But Joe West, I think, has a low ball preference. And that's one where he's seen a lot of breaking balls from Volstead, and he's kind of let that bottom part of the zone grow. Right there at the cross of the knees. 6 strikeout now for Volstead.
Here's Nate Sherholtz, 0 for 2. There's a big curve that drops in there for a strike. It's 0-1.
He's got that pitch locked right now. They got to get him in the stretch. Maybe that'll soften it up. But out of the windup right now, that pitch is dialed.
The changeup is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Sherholtz lined out to left his first time, struck out in the 4th. As Bumgarner looks on. He worked hard tonight, 106 pitches in his 6 innings. The Marlins put a lot of men on base against him. He allowed 8 hits, a couple of walks. He was out of the stretch a lot. Ramon Ramirez continues to throw in the bullpen. 3-1 the count to Sherholtz. Emmanuel Burris is on deck. Three and two.
Yeah, and what a guy is going through what Bumgarner's going through, where he's not getting runs. I mean, guys in the team know that. I mean, and they've all kind of adopted him. He's 21 years old. He's the youngest guy on the team, and everybody kind of looks out after him. They know when he goes out there, they haven't been scoring him runs. They're trying their tails off to get runs for him.
Sherholtz gets the walk. Into the second walk, yielded by Volstad. And here comes Burris now.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where, I mean, the harder you try as a team, the harder it is sometimes to score runs.
And sometimes I think you do see guys trying a little bit too hard, kind of be the guy to rise to the occasion. So here's Burris up for the first time. Fontenot left after running to first on a ground out and suffered a left groin strain. That changeup, the high strike, and it's 0-1.
Not throwing many fastballs at all right now. It's all changeups and sliders.
Ryan Webb, a right-hander, has started to throw in the Florida bullpen. 90 pitches thrown tonight by Volstad. A ball and a strike now. Burris, who was hitting .361 in the minor leagues for Fresno, is hitting .300 for the Giants in only 20 at-bats. At the big base hit that started the winning rally Friday against the A's and knocked in the winning run on Sunday against the A's. Sherholtz at first, a fast runner. Hanley Ramirez. Chief! Burris is a very fast runner himself. And that doesn't mean that Edwin Rodriguez wasn't sure that Hanley Ramirez didn't get Emmanuel Burris. And he's over to argue the call.
Yeah, you take a look at the play. Remember early in the game, Buster Posey had a close play that went against the Giants. And this may be one that went against the Marlins. Excellent play by, I think he may have gotten him. So the Giants catch a break here to keep this inning going. They get a runner in score position. Hanley Ramirez has really made some fine efforts at shortstop tonight. His defense has been fantastic.
So the Giants, for the second inning in a row, get 2 men on after first having 2 men out. Volstad got Huff on a strikeout to win the 5th inning with 2 men on. Now Tejada comes up. Giants looking for a big base hit to knock in the tying run. And they get a lot of speed at second in Sherholtz and a lot of speed at first in Burris. As Tejada tries to get it done. He has singled and scored a run and has flied out to left. Oh, 1. A lot of guys go up there looking for a first pitch fastball, and that's just what he got.
Interesting defense put on by the Marlins. They're not doing double defense here either. A ball in the gap here would score Burris from first.
Wow. So he took the fastball that was right in there. And then the off-speed pitch out of the strike zone. He chases. So it's quickly 0-2.
Well, it's Miguel Tejada's 37th birthday today, so he's due a present right here.
Sometimes you just have to give one to yourself. Pat Burrell out on deck. 1-2. Two and 2. So Volstad trying to get him to chase with 2 strikes. Tejada has refused. 2-2 the count. Pat Burrell would be next as a pinch hitter for Bumgarner. Sherholtz with 2 down drew a walk. Then Burris beat out an infield hit. 2 on, 2 out. And he bounced that slider over to third. Helms in the dirt. And it's picked with a backhand by Sanchez. The inning is over. On to the 7th. who is huge, 6 feet 5 inches tall, enormous power. He's on deck. But it's 2-0 now to Gabby Sanchez. Most of these Marlins hitters are seeing Ramon Ramirez for the first time. Down the right field line. Slicing. It's a foul ball.
Whew. That was scary. And he backspinned it too. And that pitch gives you an idea what type of versatility he has in his swing. It was an inside pitch, and he almost pumps it out of here the opposite way. We talk about how rare it is to see a home run hit to the right side of the field by a right-handed hitter. And he almost pulled it off.
So what was that, 4 or 5 feet foul?
Yeah. There for the longest time from our angle, we thought it was out of here.
2-1 the count to Sanchez. Ian Ramirez locking up in the big league game for the first time. In the dirt with a splitter, knocked down by Buster Posey. Coughlin holding it first.
And here's another look at just how foul it was. That's 5-8 feet, somewhere in there. Enough to give the pitching coach a heart attack. Let's put it that way.
Well, now they're going to go ahead and walk Sanchez and start over again with the rookie Stanton. Buster Posey signaling for the intentionally wide ball 4. There it is. We'll start with a fresh count against Mike Stanton. Now Righetti will go out to talk to Ramirez. Buster Posey will join in the conference. Stanton knocked in a run, the second Florida run back in the first inning.
Not a hanger either. Ball down around the knees in a 2-strike count. He went down and golfed it down the left field line. At that point in time, the Marlins really are threatening to run this inning, that first inning, completely out of the ballpark. Put up a major crooked number, but Madison Bumgarner really stiffened up and allowed just the 2.
They had 2 runs in and the bases loaded with 1 out in that first inning. And finally Bumgarner got Wes Helms to hit the inning-ending double play. Huge. The Marlins threatening yet again. They're 2 for 9 tonight with runners in scoring position as a team. 2 hits, 9 at bats. With a runner at second or third or both. There's a runner at second right now. There he is, Coughlin. Florida already ahead 3-2. You see how the Giants are playing it? Just a bit low to the tall, strong, long-legged, long-armed, right-handed hitting Stanton. He's hit 6 home runs in his last 10 games, including 1 here last night. Base hit to left. Cody Ross will make the play home. Posey's got it. He is out, and the inning is over. Stanton hit it too hard, and a great throw by Ross.
Inning time now for the ING Direct Save of the Game. The Save of the Game is brought to you by ING Direct. Save your money, member FDIC. And look at the secondary lead from Coughlin. Not a big one. And Cody Ross comes up, says, the heck with a cutoff man. I'm gunning for the plate, and that's the time to gamble. And he nails Coughlin with a strike, and Buster Posey with plenty of time to put the tag on. And that, my friends, is the big leagues. One more look as Coughlin gets nailed from one Rookie of the Year to another.
Was not even close.
Well, Cody Ross, a good arm, an accurate arm, and he knows when to gamble, and that was the time to do it.
With the left-hander in the game now, Mike Dunn in relief of Chris Volstad. Bruce Bochy's going to go with Aaron Rowand as the pinch hitter rather than Pat Burrell.
Now you see the numbers. He's had a solid season. Just 21 base runners in 20 2/3, 28 strikeouts in 20 2/3. And the way he does it with is a fastball going mid to high 90s and a good hard slider.
Ball one to Aaron Rowand.
Say velocity 93 to 96, somewhere in there, but the slider is the strikeout pitch, and he'll throw it a lot to both lefties and righties.
Out of play with a fastball. Right-handed hitters against Dunn have not done well. Right-handed hitters so far this year hitting 122 against him. And left-handed hitters a little bit worse than that. It's Stanton, the right fielder. And Aaron Rowand is gone. The Lincoln Smart Move. It's not just luxury, it's smarter than that. Feel smarter at Lincoln.com. And Andres Torres, as they had Freddie Sanchez in a rundown back in the third inning, ended up breaking for the plate. Hanley Ramirez made the throw. A little bit high, and he slid right under the tag. The steal of home. That tied the game at that time. And here is Andres Torres taking up and away for ball one. He had a double in that third inning to knock in the Giants' first run, and then later got the steal of home to get the other. He walked his next time up there. And the Giants need him on base again here against Dunn. Chase that high fastball at 95 miles an hour, skying it foul and back out of play. As a right-handed hitter, Andres Torres has been a completely different player. Andres, as a left-handed hitter, hitting about 370, and he has not had a hit batting right-handed. 0 for 15. Back out of play, 1-2 the count.
Well, that makes him do.
And sometimes, if you're a switch hitter, you do suffer when facing lefties because you face, it's no secret, you face a lot fewer lefties. Lefties being maybe 25-30% of the time. And he was on the disabled list for a while as well. And that will go out of play. So only 15 official at bats for him. He's had one walk, been hit by a pitch, and had a sacrifice as a right-handed hitter. So he hadn't had a whole lot of plate appearances as a right-handed hitter yet. 2 years ago, his first year with the Giants, he was much better as a right-handed hitter. And he fights off that slider, a cutter, and it's still 1 ball and 2 strikes, really giving Dunn a battle here. He was so good 2 years ago as a right-handed hitter. That's usually when they played him. They were only playing him against left-handed pitching.
Well, if you ask him if you see the ball any different right side, left side, he'll tell you no. I see it good.
Outside. This guy's got a very good fastball.
Now he's got good stuff. And the Marlins, I mean, they know that if something were to happen to Leo Nunez, their closer, Mike Dunn would be a good candidate to step in. Closer stuff, closer mentality.
Three and two.
It's good at that.
And he chases that high fastball. This one is playable for Gabi Sanchez. The wind plays some tricks with it, but he gets it. 2 down. Pretty good battle there from Andres Torres against Mike Dunn. Freddie Sanchez. He's been up 3 times, and he has singled 3 times. 17th inning in Philadelphia.
Well, they love their doubleheaders there.
So they,
guarantee nobody in the stands is complaining.
So they got one. They weren't even anticipating it.
Just a gift.
Phillies coming up in the bottom of the 17th. Coughlin. And the inning is over. Going to the 8th inning now. The Giants trailing 3-2.
Ballpark at San Francisco General Hospital. Brian Stowe remains in a coma. He's the Giants fan that was brutally attacked outside of Dodger Stadium on March 31st. Now, yesterday, Giants pitcher Jeremy Affeldt paid Brian Stowe a visit at the hospital, sat with him bedside, held his hand, and said a prayer. Affeldt said that Brian Stowe did open his eyes, which is great news. Affeldt really taking it upon himself to be the Giants liaison between the players and the Stowe family. And I know a lot of people from the Giants family also visited Brian Stowe, including Barry Bonds, and both of you gentlemen upstairs as well.
Indeed, and as we understand it, the story is that Barry Bonds has pledged the entire college tuition for Brian Stowe's 2 children.
Yeah, an act of kindness from Barry. Not surprising to us who know him well.
Sergio Romo, the new Giants pitcher, here in the 8th inning, facing John Buck quickly with a count of 0-2.
The numbers for Romo are fantastic. Just 8 base runners in 12 2/3, 20 strikeouts against 1 walk. Uncanny strikeout to walk ratio, 20-1.
He also has been lights out against right-handed hitting so far this year. In the extra inning game, though, on Sunday against Oakland, he ended up pitching 2 innings. And at one stretch, he faced 4 consecutive left-handed hitters, and they went 1 for 4 against him. So we've seen Romo handle left-handers many times in the past, and he certainly did on Sunday. Right there, strike 3 called.
Just paint. 92-mile-an-hour, absolute paint outside corner.
Hensley, the right-hander, and Choate, the left-hander, up in the Florida bullpen. It's 3-2 Florida over the Giants here in the 8th inning. Right there again.
Well, he's had such a good feel, and with him, his mechanics don't ever really seem to vary. And we always make a big deal about Javier Lopez, and we should, because he can throw from 3 different angles and 3 different sets of mechanics, which are very hard to maintain, which he does. And the same thing can be said about Sergio Romo, because he can drop down from his 3-quarter all the way down to a sidearm, and he'll do so with his breaking ball to accentuate the break, flatten it out, widen it out. And it never really ever seems to bother him when he comes back into his 3-quarter release. And you start talking about his command. Just great touch.
Oh,
just missed it. By about a yard. Well, Giants baseball is brought to you by Ford, the right choice for California. See your California Ford dealer or visit yourcaliforniaford.com today.
Remember the late Bobby Bonds, who used a very big bat. And he once told me why. He said, well, when I was a rookie, I faced Bob Gibson, and he struck me out with this slider, and I realized I need a bat that's about 6 inches longer. I'll never be able to hit it otherwise. There's a ball right on the outside to Infante. Strike 1.
I got a chance to play with Bobby in Chicago this last year, and we used to take one of his bats, and we'd go out to batting practice. The pitchers would, and we'd all hit with it. It was a log. It was 36 inches long. It was about 40 ounces in weight. I still have one.
Look at that. Snaps in there. Strike 2 call. Well, Romo has often this year, with Giants pitchers going deep into games, has been used as a situational right-hander. Sometimes in to face 1 or 2 right-handers and no more. But he had the 2 innings on Sunday, and he really looked sharp here today. Struck him out. He threw 10 pitches, 9 strikes, and strikes out the side. Pup, Posey, Ross coming up. Brought to you by Carl's Jr. and the under 500 calorie charbroiled turkey burgers. New at Carl's Jr. Marlins lead the Giants 3-2 going to the last of the 8th. Gabi Sanchez has knocked in just 1 run tonight, but Freddie Sanchez has had a 3-hit game for the Giants. Coughlin, the leadoff man, has been the big guy for the Marlins. He's scored twice and stolen 2 bases. Marlins 3, Giants 2. Interesting here. Manager Edwin Rodriguez had a left-hander in the game, and he looked pretty good. Mike Dunn. And he did not pinch hit for him, and yet he has removed him from the game for another left-hander, Randy Choate. And I know managers have different reasons for those kind of things, but you wonder why exactly did he not just leave in the other lefty to face Aubrey Huff here? Well, maybe Choate will show us why. Huff 1 for 8 lifetime against Choate. 1 ball and no strikes. Buster Posey on deck.
Well, that's one reason. But pretty good numbers right here. Just 7 base runners in 6 2/3, 11 strikeouts. Lefty's hitting the .05. And he's got a low 3/4, almost a high sidearm delivery. And with Randy Choate, I mean, you're going to see something from him that you don't normally see a lot of, and that's left-handed sink to go with that slowly breaking ball.
That's Clay Hensley, the right-hander, who may come in next with the right-handed hitting Posey on deck. Coghlan, 1 away. So Huff, who had struck out 3 straight times against the starter Volstagg, is a fly ball out here, and here comes Rodriguez with Posey coming up. So Choate, and that's almost always been Choate's job in the big leagues, a situational lefty. He gets his job done. Hensley coming in to face Posey. We'll be back. One out, nobody on. Last of the 8th inning. Buster Posey heads to the plate. There's Clay Hensley, the new Marlins pitcher, the right-hander, in from the bullpen.
See the numbers for Hensley. Having a good solid season. Bruce Bochy knows him well. He pitched many seasons for Boch down in San Diego. And he's low 90s with a good changeup curveball combination.
Just missing. That's that spot you referenced it earlier in the telecast, Mike. That spot up a little bit on the outside or just off the out, but he often does not give that call. 2-0. They are right on the foul line at third. Wes Helms guarding against the possible extra base hit, and he is right on the foul line there, deep. Not worried about it at first.
I mean, those were all 3 changeups he's coming at him with. I mentioned that Bruce Bochy had him San Diego in 2005, was in the bullpen. Then he put him in the starting rotation in 2006. Then he was kind of a swingman in 2007. 2008, he went back in the bullpen. Good breaking ball. So, I mean, he hasn't thrown anything close to a fastball, and he's got a 2-2 count here.
Hensley just coming back from an injury. He was outstanding for the Marlins last year. Tries the big curveball, 68 miles an hour. Posey hitless tonight. He's had at least 1 hit in each of his last 12 games. He's hitting .400 in that time. 3-2. And right to the third baseman.
A bullet. We talk about his style of hitting. you just don't see much of a change in the swing when there's 2 strikes or it's a 2-0 count. I mean, it's sustained, compact, good knob lead, use the whole field, balanced swing.
And Posey, who appeared to have a hit back in the 3rd, the umpire called him out, though. An impossible infield hit. A great play by Hanley Ramirez. It's 0-1 to Cody Ross. Cody 0 for 3. 2 down, nobody on. This is the play we're talking about. The runner at first and 2 out in the 3rd.
Now to a high backhander, then just on his knee very quickly, he just loops a throw over to first base. And was called out by Angel Hernandez upon further review. Buster had beat the play. But still, that doesn't take anything away from Hanley Ramirez. Wow. I do not know how he got out of the way of that. That was a heat seeker going right for his dome.
Brian Wilson up in the bullpen along with Javier Lopez.
Now, there's nothing you can say if you're a catcher or you're a pitcher, because nobody wants to hear anything right now. What you said, you just did say with the pitch. Right through the helmet.
Three and 1. The left-handed batting sure holds on deck. No activity in the Florida bullpen at present. This inning is Hensley's. 2 down, nobody on. Got the low strike. That's a little bit lower, I think, than we've seen.
Well, that guy doesn't agree with it. It has been a low zone most of the night. But remember the last time that Cody Ross had it at bat, he got called out on a low strike. So he knows now he's got to go cover it.
No throw dug out by Gabby Sanchez. On to the 9th inning. Xfinity. Xfinity is TV, internet, and voice services that work together so you can enjoy everything you love anytime, anywhere, and any way you want. On to the 9th inning now. As you see, AT&T Park from the Lefty O'Doul Bridge on the other side of McCovey Cove. as we like to call it. And here is Javier Lopez in from the Giants bullpen to face the pinch hitter Emilio Bonifacio. Switch hitter, batting right-handed. Bonifacio, and then the leadoff man Coughlin on deck. Bonifacio hitting .276, a home run, 6 batted in. Chase that one, a ball and a strike.
Lots and lots and lots of speed with Bonifacio. Leo Nunez, the closer, getting greased up. He'll pitch the ninth.
Giants will be scheduled to have Nate Scherholtz, Emmanuel Burris, and Miguel Tejada in the last of the ninth inning. 3-2. The difference in the game right now is the run the Marlins scored in the 5th inning. And that was the play where the runner from third on the contact play took off with the Giants having the infield in on a ground ball to short, and Burris, who had just entered the game, juggled the ball and could not make a play at the plate. Got the runner at first. And Bonifacio gets a walk to start the inning. Neither team has scored since then. And who knows what would have happened. I think he clearly had a shot to throw out Coughlin at the plate back in the 5th inning. But that is not to say that without question he would have thrown him out. We've seen here in the last couple of days a throw can be a little bit high, a little bit offline in a hurry, but unfortunately there just never was a throw. He had to make the play to first instead.
Well, he has a strong arm, and I believe that he would have had a chance to make a play. And I guarantee he thinks he had a chance. But now you got a whole different kettle of fish here with Bonifacio at first base, and I would imagine the way that the Marlins have played this game tonight, that they're going to try and steal Bonifacio.
They've stolen 3 bases in the game. Bonifacio has a couple of steals for the year. Showing bunt and a foul. Coughlin has had 2 hits. He's also been hit by a pitch and has scored 2 runs.
Let's see where it got him. A little shin burger. Not bad.
Tejada pulled in shallow at third. Half ready to charge from first. Well, he wanted to go to second, but Bonifacio a little bit too quick. So Freddie Sanchez gets the put out at first. Bonifacio got down there in a hurry to second base.
Yeah, he can run. And they have to pay close attention to him at second base because he will try to steal third. Anticipate the lead bag as you see Javier Lopez come down and take a look. His feet were in a position such that if he indeed had a shot at second base, he would have taken it, but not there. You take the sure out.
So the Marlins once again have a runner in scoring position, and here is Hanley Ramirez. He was the man who got the RBI back in the 5th, by which the Marlins lead this game on that little ground ball to short. Just off the outside. Hanley has flied out to shallow center, walked, had that ground out to short with the RBI, and flied out to center. He is 0 for 3 officially, and hitting only .211 for the year. Hit .300 last year, hit .342 the year before. He had another year earlier on where he hit .332 as Lopez looks Bonifacio back to second. Bonifacio had an anxious moment there. And he started to lengthen his lead. All of a sudden, Lopez spun around and Bonifacio's wheels started churning like a Roadrunner cartoon. At the knees for a strike. Three to 2 Florida in the 9th inning. And the crowd very quiet. 41,037 the official paid crowd. The 20th consecutive sellout for the Giants at the start of this season. 2-1. Lopez in here, facing the tough right-handed hitter. Another lefty is on deck, Logan Morrison. Marlins been going with an extra pitcher. They only have a 4-man bench, meaning hitters on the bench available. They've used one of those now, Bonifacio, who's at second. He hit him. Got him with a breaking ball right in the foot. Ramirez is having a hard time putting pressure on that foot right now.
Yeah, that can't feel very good. I think it caught him right on the ball of his right foot, and it's going to take a while to walk that one off. But losing him to first base is not the end of the world, because it does set up the force. He had a couple strikes on him, and he was going to try and strike him out with something down below the dirt, in the dirt. So hitting him on the foot, I mean, not the end of the world.
Well, if he can actually get one below the dirt, that last one would have been it, I think.
Well, if you roll it under the plate, that's the one that's hard to hit.
Lopez, very tough against lefties, and that is ball one. Lopez, coming into this game, had left-handed hitters going 4 for 32 against him for the season, a 125 batting average. Burris joins with Posey and Lopez at the mound. Lopez, in high school, his nickname, Night Train.
The Night Train, because he could hit. You stand next to Javier Lopez, you're impressed. I mean, he's a big fella. 6'4", about 215, 220.
2 men on, 1 man out. Right-handed hitting cleanup man Sanchez on deck. The ball and a strike. Here's Gabby Sanchez on deck. 4 RBIs in the 2 games of this series. Javier Lopez, that nickname did not really travel with him after he left high school. Not in college, not in professional baseball. It was unearthed. That is low. They found it in his high school yearbook.
Yeah, high school yearbooks, man, they can haunt you.
Said one of his teammates said, "Hey, you don't have a nickname. We need a nickname for you." And one of them said, "How about Night Train?" And he himself said, "Why Night Trains? It's really cool sounding." All right, so be it.
That's all you need.
Giants will have that man, Nate Sherholtz, to lead off in the last of the 9th. Then Emmanuel Burris. And then Miguel Tejada, the first 3 due. Right now they're trailing 3-2, but the Marlins are threatening to lengthen that lead. 2 men on, 1 man out, 3-1 the count. It's a walk. The Marlins have loaded the bases without getting a hit in this inning. Lopez has walked 2 and hit a batter, and here comes Righetti out there. The Giants have another left-hander warming up behind him in the bullpen. That is Jeremy Affeldt.
There you see Affeldt. Well, we watched Henry Ramirez walking to second base, and he's still got a bad limp going.
And he's out there walking around behind second base now as if he's still trying to shake it off. And yeah, they're going to the 19th inning in Philadelphia, where it is 2 minutes past 1 tomorrow morning. Oh, Hensley, he is hurting. Look at him limping away from second base. The Phillies, by the way, have another game with the Reds tomorrow, a day game in 12 hours from now.
The way it works.
Texas Rangers last night had a game that featured a 2-hour and 58-minute rain delay. A rain delay, a hail delay, and also there was tornadic activity thought to be possible in the area.
What about locusts and frogs?
I think that was about the only thing that they're missing there. Wow, he almost hit Gabby Sanchez, which if he hits him, that's a run. The bases are loaded. This is Gabby Sanchez's first career plate appearance against Javier Lopez. Giants middle infield looking for a double play ball here. That would be, I think, number one on the list for outcomes for Lopez as he drops down, and it's a foul up the first base side. It started to roll back toward the foul line. It could still turn into a fair ball if it rolls back into fair ground before it gets to first base. And I think Lopez said, well, wait a minute, this is no longer a double play ball. That's a run if it goes back fair.
He made the right decision. Keep that ball foul. Plus, he could see out of the corner of his eye that Bonifacio was going to score. I mean, he was already at home plate, but it was going to come back fair.
One ball and 2 strikes to Gabby Sanchez. Mike Stanton on deck. Bases loaded. Off the outside with a fastball. Wilson Valdez, by the way, in that 19th inning in Philly, is making his major league debut as a pitcher. He's been playing second base in the absence of Chase Utley. He's now the pitcher in the 19th. 2-2. And it's a full count. Trying to keep that ball down, and he's been below that strike zone all too often in this inning. Bonifacio at third, Ramirez at second, Morrison at first, and he struck him out. Oh, I think he chased ball 4.
Went out of the strike zone. So a huge strikeout for Javier Lopez. And a chance to keep that 0 on the board. Gabby Sanchez, I mean, he didn't do that at all last night. Every time he swung at anything, it was in the strike zone, and they never came off his back leg. A great balance tonight. He's chased a few times. That's the 3rd strikeout for Sanchez.
And there, meanwhile, is Hanley Ramirez, who is still feeling the pain after being hit on the right foot by a pitch earlier in this inning. Now Stanton, bases still loaded, 2 down. 0-1. In that game in Philly, Carlos Ruiz, the catcher, is also now playing third base, with Valdez, an infielder, pitching. That happens sometimes when games go as long as that one.
Well, yeah. Your bullpen's probably good for on any given night. If you use all 7 of them. 10, 12 innings.
So now it's 0-2 to Stanton. Stanton's had 3 hits in this game, including an RBI double in the first inning. So now Lopez, who got into all kinds of trouble here. He had the bases loaded, 1 out. And the Marlins' 2 best RBI men coming up. Sanchez is Stanton. He got Sanchez, and he's 1 strike away from getting Stanton. The Giants already trailing by a run in the 9th. 1-2.
Now you have to be patient here. You can't the crowd get you pumped up to make a pitch to a location you don't want to go to. You're ahead to count 0-2. Now you're ahead to count 1-2. You make the pitch to your location.
Bonifacio, Ramirez, Morrison, the 3 runners. Left center field. That's into the gap. And that's going to clean them off. They will all score on a double by Stanton. 6-2 Florida.
Wow. A 4-hit night for Stanton. And that one hurt. A 2-strike, 2-out double. It drives home 3. And the first time that the Giants fans are getting a chance to see this kid stand, they have to be impressed. And that is not a hanger. That pitch is out there knee-high outside corner.
With a big 6'5" right fielder, went out and got it. Found a gap. Yeah, that hurt.
Affelt will be brought in. The 2 walks, the hit batsmen have all turned into runs. We'll be back. Jeremy Affelt takes the mound now in relief of Javier Lopez. Runner at second, 2 down, but it is 6-2 as the curveball is in there for a strike to John Buck. Hanley Ramirez, after scoring, limped down into the dugout and was limping badly down in the dugout. Looks like he's in a lot of pain. He may not come out for the last of the 9th inning. Freddie Sanchez throws out Buck. But the Florida Marlins get the big hit from Mike Stanton, and they lead 6-2. Xfinity. Xfinity is TV, internet, and voice services that work together so you can enjoy everything you love anytime, anywhere, and any way you want. Well, the Giants' hopes have been diminished greatly with the 2-out, 2-strike bases clearing double by Mike Stanton. The Marlins do not bring their closer Nunez in, but rather Edward Mujica, former Padre, and also a new shortstop. Bonifacio stays in, and Ramirez was limping. And he's headed for the trainer's room. So Bonifacio is now at shortstop. Mujica will be slotted in the number 2 spot in the batting order where Ramirez had been. Nate Sherholtz trying to get the Giants going. He's lined out to left, struck out, and walked. Giants need base runners, and they need a lot of them now. Giants have not had a hit since the 6th inning. Giants had a night, or have had so far tonight anyway, a night where there's been only 1 inning where the leadoff man reached base. Make that 2 innings. Nate Sherholtz with a solid single to right. His first hit of the game and of the series. This is Hanley Ramirez grabbing his stuff, Mike.
Yeah, it looks bad. It got him on the ball of his right foot, and he's not been able to put pressure on that part of his foot since. It's amazing when that ball got hit in the gap. He came in to score. He knew he wasn't coming out of the game. Leo Nunez, the closer, sat down. Mujica got up, and we had a little flip flop in the bullpen.
Here's Burris off the outside. Nunez will jump up again just in case a save situation crops up. Actually, 1 more base runner makes it a rule book save situation. He hit that one well as a left-handed hitter, but to the wrong part of this yard. That's the 2nd time he's done that the last few days.
Well, defense flat out takes away an extra base hit. I mean, you can't split the gap if you put your outfielders wherever double they put them. I mean, yeah, that's a gapper. That's extra bases, and with his speed. But look it up in the right-hand corner, and that is where Stanton is playing. He's playing in right center. He's totally given the line to Emmanuel Burris. And 2 times he's had doubles and triples taken away from him.
It's nice to see him swinging the bat left-handed like that.
Oh, it's night and day difference here than it was last year.
Fastball, strike 1 to Tejada, who has singled and scored a run, flied out to left, and grounded out to third. Six to 2. The Marlins lead the Giants last of the 9th. That game in Philadelphia is in the last of the 19th. 4-4 there. Long run for Stanton. No, it's a fair ball. He's going to have to go chase it. 2 fast runners on the base paths. Sherholtz had to wait to make sure he did not catch it. And it was rather remarkable that he came so close to catching it after such a long run.
Well, the ballpark giveth and the ballpark taketh away. And here is a ballpark giveth. With the way they play Stanton way out in right center, he had no chance to come over and get this Texas League. If he's in normal right field position, I mean, he's underneath that thing with a chance to tie both shoes before he catches the ball. So, very quietly, the Giants have put a couple runners on here, and there comes Burrell.
Pat Burrell, the pinch hitter for FLO. And this is a rule book save situation now. Nunez was brought in last night. He got the final 2 outs with a 4-run lead, and that was a rule book save situation. He's got another similar opportunity here with a 4-run lead. We'll be right back. Here's Pat Burrell. 9th inning. Giants down 6-2. Runners at second and third. One out. Leo Nunez, the closer, is in. Back to the screen, and a run is home. And Buck, he just didn't even realize he'd missed it for a moment.
He had no idea where that ball was, and there's no worse feeling for a catcher. Fastball goes up, it just hits off the toe of his glove. And you can see he has no clue. Pat Burrell, Waving Sherholtz in very quickly, so an easy score.
That will perhaps be a pass ball. 2-0. Buck just missed it.
Yeah, I would think. There's the numbers for Nunez. 18 for 18. Save up. 24 strikeouts. Got a very, very good changeup off of a fastball that'll go mid-90s.
Coming into shallow center. It's in there. And Tejada will score. Coghlan was playing him out near the yacht basin and couldn't get back on this pop fly.
And this is really the first time in this series that we've seen Coghlan look like a left fielder playing center field. He did not get a break, and against a guy like Burrow, you expect more. And he breaks back almost 2 full steps. Now he's got to redirect, and there's no way he can make up for it. Not even Bonifacio on a shortstop position could get to it. So the Giants get a chance to bring the tie-in run to the plate.
Andres Torres is the man here. He's 1 for 3 with a walk, and he's hitting from what has been his strong side so far this year, left-handed. 1 ball and no strikes. Torres. It's all over. The Phillies won that ball game in the bottom of the 19th in Philly. Oh, he helped him out. Got the same one again. This time he swung at it.
Yeah, changeup. That's tough to stay on. And you see Brian Wilson start to get greased up.
Torres with 1 home run so far this year. Two and one. There's Freddie Sanchez, who's had 3 hits in the game, on deck. 1 out, 1 on, 2 in. And he chased it again. The changeup. 2-2.
Well, now with 2 strikes, you take swing out. And we all know Torres. I mean, he's got pop. But now with 2 strikes, you have to adjust. You have to go back up the middle. That is a power changeup. And I mean, we watched him swing through 2 of those. You think, how can you swing at that a second time, folks? That's as good a changeup as there is. And remember, he can go 95, 97 with a fastball.
3-2 the count. Changeup. Stayed with it and got him. 2 down.
You see that arm action that has got 95 written all over it. You get out there thinking it's going to be there. He starts it out there knee high, and by the time you commit yourself, it just absolutely disappears. 3 swing throughs on the same pitch. But that's why this guy closes, because that's swinging his stuff.
Third baseman Wes Helms guards the line. The fans start chanting Freddie. Just off the outside with that fastball. 2 runs in, both charged to Mujica. There's the changeup again. Buck out to talk to Nunez. We got a report from the Marlins clubhouse that Hanley Ramirez suffered a right foot contusion.
Yeah, Bonifacio came in there and said, "What are you going to throw?" And Nunez said, "I'm going to throw a changeup."
Good. Well, there he got that changeup up.
I think that may have been a slider. He kind of got around that thing. I mean, he's got that pitch. He'll show it every once in a while just to set the changeup. But remember, he's got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
There goes Burrow. Down the right field line. It hit the chalk. Fair ball. Burrow will be stopped at third. The throw to second. Not in time. And the possible tying runs are in scoring position as Aubrey Huff comes to the plate.
And that's a 4-hit night for Freddie Sanchez, and he could have had 5. That was another bullet. Here, taking a fastball and slicing it right down the right field line. Inside out hack. And it's fair by a foot. And now the Giants can win it with one swing of the bat. And if there's anybody in this game that's due, he's stepping in the batter's box right now.
Aubrey Huff, 0 for 4 tonight. Randy St. Clair, the pitching coach, with most of the infielders and the catcher gathered around the pitcher for a few words. Now Nunez. And the game genuinely needs saving now. He entered with a 6-2 lead and 2 men on. Now it's 6-4, and the possible tying runs are in scoring position. Here we go. The changeup taken.
Power changeup. You see that arm action, you expect so much more than what you get. And that's the beauty of the pitch. That's the deception of the pitch.
Nunez has thrown 15 pitches now since entering. Aubrey Huff has only had 2 career at-bats against Nunez, but it has a hit against him. That changeup in for a strike.
Nunez has not blown a save this year.
Giants have 4 hits in the inning. They need more. 2-1 to Aubrey Huff. You've seen 3 straight changeups from Nunez. That is just foul. Yet another changeup. Two now to Huff. Giants trying to find some late night magic here. Again, off speed and back into the second deck.
It's almost like he's saying, I'm going to get beat with my best pitch, or I'm not going to get beat at all. It's one-dimensional right now. I mean, it's all changeups. And right now, you have to commit to it if you're a hitter. If he throws 95 by you, you just have to spit on it, I guess.
Left center field. It gets down. 1 run in. It's tied up. Aubrey Huff has pulled one out of the hat. The Giants have scored 4 in the 9th, and they are still breathing.
stays with it. I don't know if it was a fastball or a changeup, but it was a grind. And Huff somehow found a way to fight it off and found a gap. And this is a brand new ball game.
Now Posey. Ball one. Slider down and away.
Well, what an at-bat by Aubrey Huff. And with 2 outs and everybody running, no chance for Morrison to get to Speedy Sanchez.
That was a fastball. And Buster Posey went up after it. Had a pretty good swing. Giants have done some remarkable things in their home games on this homestand and in this young season. But this is a new one.
And Nunez is angry. He's trying to throw that ball right through John Buck.
He came in with a 4-run lead. That's supposed to be the easy save. 2 men on base. He couldn't get it, his first blown save of the year, and the Giants are trying to turn it into a loss right here. 2-1. Base hit. The third baseman was over, hugging the line. The hole was open. They exploit that. Aubrey Huff stops at second.
And Buster Posey's hitting streak continues.
Cody Ross, the last time he stepped in against his old teammates, he saw a fastball that came right at his nose and just did duck under it. And now he's got a chance to offer his own response here in the same game, 1 inning later. The possible winning run is at second base in the person of Aubrey Huff. 0-1.
Your best arm in the outfield is in right field with Stanton.
Huff is not a slow runner, but he's not a fast runner either. 0-1 the count.
Like a slider down low.
It was a 25th pitch thrown by Nunez, who has faced 5 hitters and has allowed 4 hits.
Still a lot of pitches. Remember, they got him up twice before he got in the game.
Aubrey Huff, the big man now at second, ready to run at the crack of the bat. A soaring fly ball, under it a little bit too much. Deep left center, it's caught, and we're going to go overtime. A 4-run last of the ninth, and the closer does get into this game. Florida 6. It certainly did not seem likely after the Marlins took a 3-2 lead to 6-2 in the top of the ninth. But the Giants, who have provided so many thrills and so much excitement in the late innings, go a step further in this one. They stay alive in a game they trailed by 4 runs in the ninth. Pat Burrell, now the left fielder, and Brian Wilson, now the pitcher. And he will be in the spot vacated by Cody Ross, who's now out of the game. A double switch as Wilson comes in. He's in the 5th spot in the order. Wes Helms leads off for Florida. Infante and Bonifacio scheduled to follow. Slow chop, Tejada. One away.
That's another beautiful thing about that two-seam fastball that he's learned and he's using. Primarily, he started to throw to lefties. Now he started to throw it to righties. And it gets ground balls, and it gets outs within 3 pitches. Pat Burrell, as John mentioned, moves out to left on the double switch.
Leo Nunez, no blown saves this year. Looked like a gimme. A 4-run lead. Closers don't get many 4-run leads to protect in a save situation. Edwin Rodriguez, his manager, found one for him, and he couldn't save it. Strike 1 to Infante. The Giants got a run on a pass ball. Burrow got an RBI single. Aubrey Huff finally got the clutch 2-run single with 2 down, 2 strikes to tie it. 0-2.
Oh, yeah. They never lost faith. How could they?
The Giants' previous homestand, when they won 6 in a row here at home. Remember, Brian Wilson had 3 wins in that homestand. Coming on with a tie ball game, and then the Giants won it in walk-off fashion. Toward the middle. Took a hop, and Emmanuel Burris makes the play nicely.
Well, if you get a hop, you want to make sure you have enough time to regroup from it. There's the Sunday hop coming up for him. Looks it into his glove. Routiner. The fans, did they like it? Oh, yeah.
And here is Bonifacio. He entered the game as a pinch hitter for the Marlins in the 9th inning for the pitcher and drew a walk that started a 3-run rally. Ball one, a little bit low.
I think people are having fun out here.
Giants baseball this year here at home. They've had 7 walk-off wins, 1 more than they had for the entire season a year ago. Andres Torres. Brian Wilson retires the side on 6 pitches. Sherholtz coming up. They got the 4 runs to stay alive, but they still need a run to win. And Nate Sherholtz, the man who led off the ninth inning rally, with a base hit. There's Greg Dobbs now at third base for the Marlins. And Ryan Webb, the former Padre. Tall, hard-throwing right-hander in the pitch. So I'm assuming that means a double switch.
I think that's a good assumption. Ryan Webb, another one of the sinker ballers coming out of the Marlins bullpen. They got a bunch. His is legit. He'll go low to mid-90s with sink. He's got a slider and a curveball to go with it. And as you mentioned, he came over in that tray where the Padres got Cameron Maybin, the center fielder. He's a good arm.
Foul away. Nate Sherholtz, who got the base hit in the last of the ninth inning. The Giants were down 6-2 at that time. And that base hit opened the door to something very big. The Giants, who won an entire homestand, their previous homestand, 6 straight games without ever scoring more than 4 runs in a game, got 4 runs in the ninth inning to stay alive in this game. Giants have not been scoring runs. They've been winning without scoring many runs because the pitching has been so good. So it was, I think, not all that anticipated that they'd jump back with a 4-run ninth inning. That's just foul. He might have broken his bat. 0-2, and he did. He's going to get a new piece of wood. Bat Boy brings him a couple of options.
Marco Aliola just turned 15 the other day. Does a good job.
So Marco obviously is a guy who appreciates people having options.
That's true.
He may like this one, but he also might like this one.
Bring 2 or 3.
0-2 to Sherholtz. Sinking fastball at 95 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's big sink. It's good stuff. But his breaking ball is good enough to get strikeouts too.
Marlins infield is all spread out, hugging the foul lines, especially at first. And he chased that slider down and in, got a piece of it, and pounded the handle of the bat on the ground afterward to make sure that this bat is still all in one solid piece, and it is. 6-6, last of the 10th. Giants had 4 runs and 6 hits in that ninth inning rally. Up the middle, base hit. So Sherholtz, who was hitless for the game and for the series until the ninth inning tonight.
Now it's a second hit. But what we've seen tonight from the Giants is incredible 2-strike hitting. And I'm talking grinding at bats. And here, this is not a hanger. This is knee-high outside corner. He just gets up and smothers it. Discipline, back up the middle the way you're taught. And the Giants get their leadoff man on. See the relief. The face of Aubrey Huff, who came up with a big at-bat to tie this ball game.
2 outs, 2 strikes. And here's Burris. He might be bunting. Beauty. Buck got him at first. But now Sherholtz, the possible winning run, is in scoring position with 1 out.
Well, if there's any swing on this Giants team that's built for sinkers, it's stepping in the batter's box right now. Miguel Tejada, who's always been good down and in, always been an inside-out guy. That's the type of swing you need to beat sink.
Tejada hit the pop fly right along the right field line in the ninth inning. It fell just fair for a double. And again, Stanton is playing him way over into right center here. Dobbs, nice play. But Tejada's gone just like that. And now Burrow. Burrow was the first batter faced by Nunez, the Marlins closer, and Burrell got an RBI single. The Giants again in need of the big hit here. They've had 4 hits in 9 at-bats as a team tonight with runners in scoring position, including one by Burrell. 0-1 with a slider.
Stole a strike. He's up there thinking sink. He's thinking, well, you have to. When a guy throws sink at 93, 95, I mean, you got to sit early on that thing. Steal a strike with a slider? All right, fine.
Seven different Giants have hit game-ending hits this year. That one, 96 miles an hour, runs up and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. So they've had so many heroes, and all the walk-off victories for the Giants have had somebody different who got the big hit. 1-1 the count to Burrow. Sherholtz ready to run from second. A high fly ball, and Stanton takes it. We're going to go to the 11th inning. Brian Wilson will stay in, having thrown only 6 pitches. On to the 11th we go.
Back to the ball game. 11th inning right now. We are tied, but here's how it shook down in the bottom of the ninth. Nate Shearholz scoring on a pass ball, and then Pat Burrell delivering a run. Miguel Tejada scoring, and then the big hit by Aubrey Huff, who's been slumping all season, but delivers the bloop single, scoring Freddie Sanchez and Pat Burrell, and that's how we got to where we are, tied 6-6 right now, top of the 11th. Gentlemen.
All right, that's Raj Mathai, news anchor, NBC Bay Area. I'm John Miller with Mike Krukow upstairs, and Brian Wilson with a called strike to Chris Coughlin, the leadoff man for the Marlins. He's been on base 3 times in this game, a single, a double. He's also been hit by a pitch. He's scored 2 runs and stolen 2 bases. That 2-seamer came back, and he didn't. I guess it didn't quite come back all the way.
Well, I think it surprised Joe West. That was a strike.
We got the call on that one.
So I think this count's pretty much where it should be. Comes back and cuts the outside corner. And when he's right, I mean, with this new 2-seam fastball, he can go front door sink. He can backdoor cut you from both sides of the plate. That's a rough combination.
Fights it off to stay alive into the second at. 6-6, inning number 11. Arizona beat Colorado in Denver earlier, 2-1. Rockies are down to 500 now, 24-24. And Arizona has moved a half game ahead of them into second place. Struck him out.
Back foot slider, and I mean perfect location. Every pitch thrown was perfect. Talking about throwing darts. And here in a 1-2 count, back foot slider. Just throw that thing in the dirt, try and think back foot with it, location. And it gets the first man to start this inning out. Nice pitch.
Now Greg Dobbs up for the first time. Giants pitchers tonight have now struck out 10. Bumgarner, Ramirez, Romo, Lopez, Affeldt, now Brian Wilson. Base hit to left field for Dobbs. His first at bat. Dobbs, a former Philly, won a World Series ring as a Philly, went to another World Series the next year. The Giants eliminated his Phillies from the postseason last year. Now Dobbs is a Marlin. He came into this game hitting .330. Remember, for the Phillies, he was primarily a pinch hitting specialist who would occasionally play some third base. The Marlins like him as a platoon guy, a role player, and he has done really well.
Well, he's getting more playing time. I mean, he loves that.
This is Logan Morrison. The two-seamer runs off the outside. Morrison's had 2 hits and a walk. He scored 2 runs. 2 hits, 4 at bats. Morrison is hitting .306. 6-6 to score, 11th inning. 1 on, 1 out. Came back toward the plate again, and again he did not get the call. And he looks a little frustrated.
Well, he should be. That's a good pitch. Just a bit inside. I don't think that was quite as good as the other one. Still a good pitch. And now he's got to throw a strike.
2-0. Nope. Now you've got Gabby Sanchez on deck, and things could get rather uncomfortable in a hurry if Morrison gets aboard here. There's Sanchez, the Marlins' RBI leader, the cleanup hitter. And he pours one right down there for the strike. Marlins are going to get the bullpen going again. That is Burke Batenhop. Dobbs at first. He's not much of a base stealing threat. 3-1 the count. That's through. Base hit. Dobbs will stop at second as Sherholtz charges that one. So consecutive base hits here. And Gabby Sanchez with a chance to put the Marlins back ahead. He knocked in a run, the first run of the game, with a single in the first inning. Since then, though, he struck out 3 times and was walked intentionally once. That's the man he's trying to get in, or perhaps both of them. Dobbs at second, Morrison at first. Pop up. Huff. Nice play! A long run down to the bullpen and made that back to the infield, over the shoulder catch.
Oh, and he didn't have time. He had to get there when this thing was coming down, because there was no margin for error. He had no time. If he doesn't get there then, I mean, he has no chance. It's the timing route like you see in football, and it was timed perfectly. There was no room to spare. Beautiful play over the shoulder. And that's a big out retired.
So 2 down, and here is Stanton. He's been the big man tonight. 4 hits and 4 runs batted in for the 21-year-old right fielder. Just off the inside. 1 ball, no strike. Stanton, an RBI double in the first, popped to short in the third, singled in the 6th, singled in the 7th, and then in the 9th inning with 2 strikes, he hit the 3-run double against Javier Lopez. And it's 2-0.
He has really hurt the Giants tonight right around the knees. I mean, he's a very good low ball hitter, and he's proved that in this game. All 4 of his hits have been down low.
Guillermo Mota has gotten up in the Giants bullpen, a right-hander. 2 men on, 2 men out, and a big pitch. 2-0. No.
And they know how hot Stanton is. They have an open base. And do not assume that he's going to take a 3-0 pitch.
Buck 0 for 4 is the man on deck, who is hitting only .209 for the season. Freddie Sanchez, the out at second. Burris covering. On a 3-0 pitch, he indeed was swinging. Top of the order coming up.
They come back. That's right. And who do they face? The Colorado Rockies. Friday, June 3rd, 7:15 game. Saturday, June 4th, a 6:05 game. And that's the Cody Ross bobblehead night presented by Remax to the first 25,000 fans. And Sunday, the finale will be a 105 game. And the Giants baseball fans will be presented by the San Francisco Zoo to the first 10,000 kids 14 and under. So there are seats left. If you want some, all you have to do is go to sfgiants.com to get those tickets. So get out here. We are having a ball. You need to be here.
Last of the 11th inning, and here's how we got here. Still tied. Freddie Sanchez with the backhand pick.
That was not an easy play.
So the top of the order for the Giants now. Last of the 11th. Andres Torres. 1 for 4 with an RBI double and a run scored. And it's 0-1.
Nice little backdoor breaking ball from Ryan Webb to open up things here for the Giants in the 11th.
Coughlin did not have to go far for this one. Now Freddie Sanchez, who's had a 4-hit game. 4 hits and counting. He hit a double in the 9th inning that set up the game-tying hit by Aubrey Huff. That was after he'd had 3 singles earlier. And there's Huff out on deck. And the fans, as they did in the 9th inning when he came up, begin the chant. Slider in there for a strike. The third baseman, Dobbs, hugging the foul line. Guillermo Mota goes down to the Giants bullpen again. There you see Dobbs. First baseman Sanchez over toward the line. Dobbs out number 2. The 2 quick outs here for Webb in the 11th inning, and that leaves it to Aubrey Huff.
Well, this was the hit that got us here. A single that knocked it 2. It tied things up 6 apiece. And for Aubrey Huff, that was a grind.
Two down, nobody on. Right to the shortstop, Bonifacio. And Webb disposes of the Giants almost before they even got to the plate. 12th inning coming up. Momota is in for the Giants bullpen. Brian Wilson went 2. And a very quick, efficient 10th inning, but in the 11th inning, he was tested. And a couple of men on, and then the Marlins' best hitters were coming up. And Wilson was able to get through it. 22 pitches total, and now here's Mota. The only non-starting pitchers still left for the Giants, Mota and Runzler, and now Mota is in the game.
And you saw the numbers for Guillermo Mota. He's having a good season. Been very consistent. 2-0 with a 2.59 ERA. Last night went 2 innings, strong innings. And really a bad break is what allowed him to give up just the 1 earned run. But he came into a bases loaded, nobody out situation and did not allow a run. Through 35 pitches. But here being pressed into duty. I mean, I don't think that Bruce Bochy wanted to use him today. But hey, extra innings, you got to come up with somebody you can throw. Beyond Mota, the Giants have Dan Runzler, and that would be the last guy standing in their bullpen.
That's ball 1. Mota pitched 2 innings last night through 35 pitches. He worked the 8th and 9th innings, and remember, he came on in the 8th inning with the bases loaded and nobody out and got through it. He also threw a lot of pitches last night. That slider, foul over to the dugout. And the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Went right to Ron Wotus, the Giants bench coach. 6 runs, 12 hits for the Marlins. They've left 11 men on base. 6 runs, 13 hits for the Giants. 9 left on. 12th inning. Too high, I guess, but the guy up there has some altitude on him as well. There is Scott Cousins out on deck with the pitcher due up next. Got it right by him. 2-2.
John Buck, who lives in Utah in the offseason, was trying to hit that one to Salt Lake.
Buck hit 20 home runs for the Toronto Blue Jays in the American League last year. Giants saw him in a little weekend interleague series up in Toronto. So it's a full count now. Buck last night hit a fly ball into a double play. Facing Mota. Hit a fly ball out to Nate Scherholtz. Three and two.
It's great. I was talking to Bruce Bochy. I said, well, you know what? Guys got a chance to catch up with their sleep. They're well rested. And he looked at me and said, they're better when they're tired. Well, if that's the case, they should be pretty good in extra inning ball games.
Giants 5-2 in extra innings so far this year. This is their 8th overtime game. That slider, a base hit to left field. Let's go down to Raj Mathai.
Well, gentlemen, Scott Cousins coming up to plate right now. And Cousins was a former baseball star here in San Francisco, not with the Giants, but with the USF Dons. Went to college just a few miles away here at USF. Grew up in Reno, and then was a star for the Dons. In fact, was the West Coast Conference Player of the Year in 2005. Helped lead the Dons to their first ever NCAA tournament appearance. Scott Cousins said he went to a lot of games here at AT&T Park when he could afford it. Pass up for you.
So Scott Cousins now actually in a game here at AT&T Park.
And he might be getting a signal to bunt, at least try to.
And it's a bunt. Mota turns to second. Just in time. Burris took the throw and then had a quick bit of footwork to get out of harm's way, with Buck coming in hard at second.
Well, you better have a pretty strong heart to make this throw right here. You have to anticipate the lead bag. Mota, zero hesitation, rifles a seed right to Burris's glove, and I like that footwork you're talking about, John. A little sidestep, avoid contact, no chance to get Cousins, who runs well, on the back end of the play.
And you can see it too. No neighborhood play there. He had the foot on the bag as soon as it hit the glove, and then almost instantaneously he was gone. He had a little ballet avoiding John Buck. Here is Infante. Infante 1 for 5. Cousins the runner at first. Back to the bag. Cousins has had 1 steal in 2 attempts. USF probably didn't ask him to bunt that often.
Nope.
He was their big star. Six to 6 in the 12th. 1 out, 1 on. Dayton Hop up in the Marlins bullpen, so we'll see him in the last of the 12th. And Marlins have been running through a lot of relief pitchers as well. There goes Cousins, and it's a hit and run single right through that hole on the right side. So Cousins over to third. Runners at first and third, and 1 out. With Huff holding on the bag at first, that hole is much bigger on the right side, and that's right where Infante hit it.
It's 5 hits on the series for Infante. Boy, that's a great approach to the right side of the field. And with the speed of Cousins, an easy take a third. So now it's a strikeout scenario for Guillermo Mota.
So the Giants bring the infield in for Emilio Bonifacio. And he's a guy who's a good bunter. You have to be careful about the squeeze here. The Giants perhaps trying to see if there's anything going on.
They're not setting their middle defense in double play depth either, just because of the speed from Bonifacio. He's not an easy guy to double up. Dan Runsler heading down to the bullpen quickly.
The left-handed hitting Coughlin is out on deck. The switch hitting Bonifacio at the plate. Popped up foul and out of play.
Giants take a strikeout, pop up, comebacker.
So Runsler starting to heat up in the bullpen. Marlins, having put Josh Johnson on the disabled list, have a very large bullpen now. Going a little shorthanded on their bench for extra non-pitchers. 1-1 the count. They're going with a 9-man bullpen. They've used 6 of them already tonight. They have plenty of others. Almost an endless supply. 6-6. The Marlins threatening to go back ahead. 1-1 the count to Bonifacio. He's 0 for 1 with a walk since entering in the 9th. 2-1.
96-mile-an-hour fastball, and it did not miss by much. 7 in the outside corner. It goes belt high on the inside corner. And Joe West just has not given that pitch tonight. But he's been consistent about it. That's all you can ask.
2-1 the count with the infield in. Got it right by him. 2-2.
He's digging deep now. I mean, that's 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Last one at 96. He is competing.
Cousins at third, Infante at first. 2-2 the count. Sherholtz has the best arm. Fairly shallow, more center than right. Cousins is going to test him. Posey can't handle it, and Posey gets clobbered. Posey is hurt, and he never caught the ball. The Marlins are back ahead, and the Giants' only focus now is Buster Posey.
It looked like head-to-head contact.
Dave Gressner and assistant trainer Mark Grusbeck out there with Bruce Bochy hovering. The fans chanting Posey.
It might be his leg. Looked like he may have hyperextended the leg when he was knocked back.
Dave Gressner talking to him. Taking all the gear off now. And he's up as far as sitting. It's the, as you can see, the left leg or ankle, and getting a lot of help from Gressner and Grusbeck. Gressner into the right arm, the head Giants trainer, and that is a sobering sight for any Giants fan and for any baseball fan. One of the great young talents in the game. Eli Whiteside has put the gear on. He is going to come in as the catcher as they help Posey down the steps through the dugout. A lot more steps down there. There's a little auxiliary trainer's room close down near the dugout in the tunnel. Ben Potenziano, another of the assistant trainers, is there as well. And this is having to navigate quite a few steps there.
Well, and then a lot of steps to go back up. But let's take a look at the play. Joey Espada, the third base coach, sitting. Scott Cousins. And it may be an ankle. The throw was there. Watch the left ankle. And Scott Cousins just blew him up. He turns to take the hit, and he knew right away. Yeah, the left ankle really got bent back. Wow.
So we can only hope that he's not sustained anything serious, but it obviously did not look very good. And as soon as we get a report, we will pass it along to you. And this crowd has gone extremely quiet, as you might expect. The Marlins are back ahead 7-6. The sacrifice fly by Bonifacio. Coughlin, the hitter, with a runner at second. Infante also moved up as the throw went to the plate. And there's Cousins. And he's trying to help his team win a ball game.
Well, it was a clean play. I mean, it's law of the land around home plate. I mean, there was nothing dirty about it. It's just good, clean, hard baseball. It's just unfortunate the way that Posey had to turn to try and protect himself because he knew he was going to get hit, and he got bent back. So we're just hoping that it's a mild sprain, maybe a couple days off. I mean, that's what you hope for. But they won't know until tomorrow, I'm sure.
A diving catch by Burris to end the inning. Buster Posey would have been the leadoff man. Now Whiteside coming up. He does not have a whole lot with which to maneuver now, having lost Buster Posey to an injury and being in the 12th inning of an extra inning game, also without Darren Ford, who suffered a sprained ankle in the ball game here on Sunday, which they gave him an MRI today that showed he had a lateral ankle sprain, but they have not made a move with him yet. So the Giants have no more available bench players as Eli Whiteside leads off. The pitcher is due to bat second, and it is a question of which pitcher they'll send up there. Burke Badenhoff in for the bullpen for the Marlins. A new center fielder, Cousins, staying into play center as part of a double switch, and there is one away.
Another look at the collision, and look at the left ankle get bent back. You get a pretty good look at how he took the hit and how the left ankle got twisted back. And I mean, I'm hoping that it is the ankle and that it didn't go up into the knee. was in agony immediately.
Guillermo Mota, who has been telling us ever since he came to the Giants that he's the best hitting pitcher on the ball club, and is in this scenario absolutely the best option for the Giants. 195 career average. He got 2 home runs.
Well, Badenhop is a guy who's pretty much like Webb, only he doesn't have quite the velocity. In other words, he's got sink, slider, changeup. Just doesn't throw 95. It's more 88, 90.
Well, he had one to hit there. Pat Burrell, Cody Ross looking on.
That's the face of concern right there for a fellow teammate.
1 ball, 1 strike. Bonifacio. And the Giants are down to their final out. Nate Sherholtz. Sherholtz electrified the crowd here Sunday with a 2-run pinch hit home run in the 8th inning against the Athletics. That tied the Giants in that game. That they were down by 2. Nate has hit 4 home runs for the year. Tonight, he's had 2 hits each in his last 2 at bats. Seven to 6 Marlins, and you can see the grim look in the Giants dugout. Nate hit this one fairly well, but it will stay in the yard. Cousins has it, and the Marlins have won the ball game. They've taken the first 2 games of this series, but right now the Giants' concerns are all about Buster Posey, and we have nothing more to tell you. Tomorrow, the finale of the series, we could well know much more about Buster's fate. Until then, we will bid you good night from AT&T Park. For more on tonight's game, tune in to Sportsnet Central on Comcast Sportsnet coming up shortly. And tune in to Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area tomorrow afternoon at noon for the final game of this series. Now for Mike Krukow, NBC Bay Area news anchor Raj Mathai, I'm John Miller. Thanks for joining us. The Giants with a 4-run 9th stay alive, only to lose it in the 12th. And everybody's concerns involving Buster Posey. Good night